Good morning, Lori. And we can't hear you. Let's see.
Okay,
There we go.
great. Excuse me, technology has got me caught at the knees today. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lori Fahey. I'm the president and CEO here at the Family Cafe. And I'd like to take a moment to welcome you all to the 23rd Annual Family Cafe Pre-Conference. This is our 2021 Women's Summit, Rising Together. You're going to have a great day. I've looked at the agenda and I see you have some great speakers. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But I want you to understand why we started the Women's Summit. Well, it's because of you, women, who came to the event and said, well, we want to do a little bit more. Life has so many struggles, especially this last year, and how we all come together and try to provide not only respite, but to revitalize our souls, what we need to thrive and maybe get through another year, another day, another moment. So we're here for you. That's why your evaluations are so important to us. As I said, it's been a very difficult year for everyone, but we do have over 280 folks. I'm going to say that again, 280 folks, just amazing numbers, who registered to be on today's pre-conference event. So thank you all again for joining us. As I said, we have some special guests. Our facilitator is Dr. Paula Petre, but our special guest this year is Banife Shea. And I understand that you are in for a truly amazing experience with her. And Banife Shea, we thank you for joining us. I want to introduce our developer and today's facilitator, again, Dr. Paula Petre, but I also want to give a shameless plug for this wonderful book that she has written that you all will, once you complete your evaluation, I'd love to send you one. And the book is entitled A Mother's Courage to Awaken, Hope and Inspiration from a Daughter's Journey into the Afterlife. This is a great book, and I've read it cover to cover, but it's a moving story about the love and the loss of a child and the healing that goes on afterwards, and Paula's journey beyond suffering and her experiences in reemerging the ancient history practices that are made that all possible. It is a moving story. It will bring joy to you. It's definitely going to bring tears to you. And I've known Paula for a very long time, and I knew her daughter too. And I welcome her courage and her honesty to speak out to each one of us through this book. Here's another little plug. I also wrote something in as part of the story. So with that, again, let me welcome you all for being here. Let me thank you, Paula, for organizing this, for facilitating this, and thank you to each and every speaker that you all will hear from today. I know you'll be enriched and you'll have a great time. And guess what? Next year, we'll all be back in person here where I am now in my hotel room, not in my hotel room, but at the Hyatt Regency for next year's event. It will be face-to-face. So thank you all for you all who are coming here tomorrow. Safe travels. For those who are remaining and will participate at the annual Family Cafe virtually, thank you so much for joining us. Paula?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lori. It's wonderful to be here with everyone today. We're so looking forward to this moment. Thank you, Lori, so much for giving us the honor to put together an opportunity as caregivers, for caregivers to rest, restore, and reflect. We know this has been a very difficult year, and I feel that we've come to a beautiful cloth weaving of loving, caring experts that are here today, all on your behalf. I would like to begin by introducing the whole team, so you know the whole treat that you're in for, and then we'll begin with a little bit of housekeeping. So I would like to, let me go into gallery. So I want to introduce first Dr. Lee Capps. For 40 years has served as the Chief Operating Officer for United Cerebral Palsy, now called United Community Options of South Florida, who under the radar has been practicing meditation and other wellness practices for over 4 decades, and now gives retreats for women and others, and readings and insights. So we welcome you here today, Lee. Thank you so much. Our special guest, Banafsheh Sayed, an amazing woman, internationally known Persian master dance artist, and a transformational teacher who has dedicated her life to empowering people through the creative process. Her wellness teachings are through dance, movement, meditation, and based in joyously loving our bodies and ourselves. I had the pleasure, transformative moment, weekend at a retreat, just 2 hours from me. I'm in upstate New York at a retreat Banafsheh provided 2 years ago, luckily before COVID. So, and then, so I danced the dances all throughout COVID, and I'm so excited that everybody gets to experience that today. So thank you, all the way from the West Coast, so it's early time for you. Thank you so much, Banafsheh. And Dana Pezold is here with us. It was a magical moment also when I met Dana now many years ago, and she guided me on an expressive arts project that changed my life as well. Dana's a very talented expressive artist who's instrumental in Miami-Dade County's Department of Cultural Affairs, ensuring that art programs for children and youth with disabilities are not only designed and designed well, but also funded. And her drawing the dance is going to be a treat for everybody today. Thank you so much, Dana. And we also have the Brazilian voices with us today. These amazing women. Another magical moment now many years ago, a physician who I'd met, a wonderful oncologist, said, "You have to meet these women." And we have been working together ever since. Performing artist, South Florida, but internationally known, received many awards for their talent, not only as individual musicians, composers, but also in their community work, as the Brazilian Voices now has a special segment of singers that go into hospitals and nursing homes, and now many places, including children's hospitals in throughout South Florida, and now all throughout COVID. And COVID brought them live into the hospital via the virtual realm. So thank you for all the work you do, and transforming hospitals along the way is so needed. Thank you. And I'm here with Jeff Dean. Let's see, Jeff Dean. All right, and Jeff Dean is with us. Which I'm trying to find him. There's a lot of people here now. Yes. So we just, if we can pin Jeff, that would be great. Jeff Dean is a lawyer. Good morning. Jeff Dean's a lawyer, right? Trained lawyer, phenomenal lawyer, in fact. But wonderfully, Jeff followed his bliss, as they say, opened his heart to possibilities and his creative side. Now quite a while ago, and even did a TEDx Miami demo. I met him about that time, beautiful. But he followed his bliss to bring meditation and the healing beats of the drum to children, youth, and adults. And he is going to do that for us today in just one moment. We also today have Lisa Brown. And if we can find Brown. Lisa Brown is a plant-based chef. Good morning. Let me see.
Hold on, Paula.
Yeah. I want to get everybody here. Everybody introduced. Lisa amazing too. She was my Kundalini yoga instructor up here in upstate New York, and lo and behold, she then moves to Florida. So anybody on the west coast of Florida, southwest part of Florida can take the can connect directly and experience directly Lisa's not only yoga work, which offerings which are phenomenal, but Lisa's a plant-based chef, an educator, and she's trained in the culinary arts, nutrition, yoga, and she's going to do a food demo for us. I think demos are great because it's like, show me exactly, you know, the gifts from Mother Earth as we're connecting up with the feminine energy all day today. And she's also sharing her 10 tips for better food choices and connecting us with healing our own bodies, another big theme for today. So thank you, Lisa, so much for being with us. Thank you so much. So we're going to begin with Jaheidi Dean's uplifting musical welcome.
Greetings. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to turn my speaker down here a little bit so there's no feedback. And I hope everyone's doing beautifully this morning. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here again at Family Cafe, the virtual version. And I've had the good fortune of being here with Paula in person and meeting many of you over the past many years. So it's really nice to get this group back together and to see how we can connect even if we're not in person. And so I just want to take us on a little journey into the heart, because it's a great technique to get us out of our busy thinking minds. You know, our busy thinking minds are causing us sometimes, quite often, excess worry and excess stress. And if we can drop some of these thoughts in our minds and come down into our hearts and come down to an awareness of the breath, an awareness of our bodies, an awareness of what's going on in the heart, we really get a chance to reset the mind, the brain, and all these programs that are running that might be causing us stress and worry. So it's about getting our minds and our hearts synchronized. So we're going to do a little bit of that with a little bit of a heartbeat meditation. And I'd like you, if you feel it, to drum along with me on your chest. So use your own chest as a drum. You are the drum. And we're just going to do a gentle heartbeat. And you'll hear me do it on the drum. And you can play your own body as your drum. And we're just going to do a little visual meditation with the heartbeat. So go ahead and tap gently on your chest. Good for your thymus gland, by the way. Your thymus gland is somewhere around here. So it's stimulating your immune system, keeping your immune system strong. So take a few deep breaths as you do this. Breathing in. And let it out at your own pace. And breathing in, big breath in. And breathing out. Just at your own pace, no particular rhythm to the breath. As you tap on your chest, making your own heartbeat sound, connecting to your heart. Big breath in, breathing in all the good stuff in life, love and joy, health, abundance, and breathing out the stress of the day, the stress of the week, the stress of this past year. And as you tap on your heart, you might at times feel your physical heartbeat, your physical heart beating. What a miracle that is, that your physical heart is beating. Just tuning into that amazing rhythm machine, blood pumping machine, emotional computer that is your heart. And giving thanks for your heart, your physical heart that continues to beat, continues to keep you alive through no effort of your own. Thank you, my heart. And then, of course, there's the energy of our heart too, not just the physical heart, but all the emotions and all the emotional intelligence that it's keeping inside of it and around it. The heart chakra, the energy of the heart. Every emotion you've ever felt has existed not just in the mind, not just in the subconscious, but also in the body and in the heart. So as we're tapping on our heart, let's come into touching the gratitude for being alive right now, touching the gratitude for being able to attend today's seminar, gathering, touching into the gratitude that we made it through a very challenging year. And touching the gratitude for our own hearts and its ability to feel all the emotions, from joy to sadness and everything in between. Some more deep breaths, imagining that there's a light in your heart, a flame in the center of your heart, or a light of any kind. And with every inhalation, imagine that you're able to expand that light in your heart in all directions, growing it from a tiny flame, a tiny spark, to a huge, gigantic ball of light that expands beyond your physical heart, beyond your body even. On the inhales, we can imagine we're breathing in light into our hearts. And this helps to release old emotions and old stuff that we don't need to hold on to anymore. And on the exhales, we can imagine expanding our light. You can also imagine yourself going on a journey, laying down in the grass in a beautiful field next to some beautiful trees, perfectly shaded, perfect temperature for you, laying on the grass and feeling that support. Feel into that support that Mother Earth is always providing for you. Even when emotions run high, even when our minds are busy with anxiousness, we can lay on the earth and we can feel that support underneath us, holding us up. Mother Earth's embrace. And imagine that Mother Earth has her own heartbeat. And in fact, scientists are finding that she does emit a frequency, a rhythm. We know that Mother Earth has so many rhythms and cycles. So see if you can hear and feel Mother Earth's heartbeat underneath you. Connecting to your own heartbeat. As if there's a line of energy coming from your heart to Mother Earth's heart in the center of the planet, and you're able to draw from that energy source to drink in Mother Earth's love and nurturing. And in this communion with your heart, in this communion with Mother Earth's heart, you are fully supported, you are fully protected, you are loved, you are nurtured. You are valued. You are adored. Drinking from Mother Earth's goodness, drinking from your own goodness. And with a few deep breaths, we can come out of that visualization if you went there. And come back to the sense of being in your body, and the sense of where your body is and how your feet feel connecting with the ground, and how your physical heart feels as it's beating. And if you did close your eyes, you can begin to slowly open your eyes and take some deep breaths. Have a little stretch. All right. So a couple deep breaths, inhaling. Make some sound when you sigh and just let out any stress that might still be with you. Another deep breath in. And one more time, deep breath in. All right. How easy it is for us to get out of our minds for just a few minutes and connect with our hearts. You can use this heartbeat meditation anytime you feel a little anxious or a little worried or a little stressed. It's one way that we can stop the thinking loops from taking over and come into a deeper space. So remember to drum on your chest, stimulate all the acupressure points that come through here, your thymus gland, and just to connect with that sense of thank you for being alive, thank you for now. And it really helps us to stop worrying about all the million things that we could worry about. So thanks for joining me with that. And we have a wonderful lineup of amazing presenters today. And I trust you'll enjoy it. And I will see you later. I'll be doing a sound meditation with Paula later in the afternoon. I believe it's around 3 o'clock. So enjoy your day. Have a wonderful day and see you a little bit later.
Thank you so much, Tahiti. Yes. And I'm honored to present the keynote this year. Rise, my daughters, rise. Rise, my daughters, rise. And it will be pulled up on the screen. We have a wonderful expert hidden behind the scene here. Mohammed Balai. Thank you so much, Mohammed. Rise, my daughters, rise. So here we go. What if you were sent here by something larger, not against your will or wishes, but in alignment with your deepest longing? What if it was as simple as finding what you love and letting it teach you about life? We're going to ask and answer 3 questions today that will change everything you have ever thought about yourself. And your answers will bring you solutions that you have yet to consider. But first, a story. Isn't she beautiful? Like you, my daughter Alexandra's disability helped me rise up. Our destined exchange was to help each other become our best self. Her life changed my values, beliefs, attitudes, and priorities, all for the better. I went from a wannabe jet setter to a parent advocate, standing up for myself, for my daughter, and then for many others with Parent to Parent of Miami and helping to pass legislation and creating advocacy and training efforts at the University of Miami in the medical school. Alexandra was born with spina bifida and was partially paralyzed. But she swam, she danced, she did karate, she went to her neighborhood school, which took a lot of effort. I know it sounds, well, it doesn't sound to you an easy feat because you walked my walk, but it is not, right, an easy feat. But she did that, and she sang in the church choir. She had good friends. Yes, we helped each other become our best selves. Shortly before her unexpected death at age 12, she said in a TV interview, "I want to be a teacher." So she's here teaching us all day long. Yes. July 5th, 1996, Alex had come home from a surgery and died in the middle of the night. My world crumbled. Loss upon loss, and my sense of self faded. Within a year, I was no longer a married woman to a Hispanic man and part of the Hispanic community. I no longer perceived myself as a good mother or a powerful advocate. The anchors to my daughter pulled up. I moved from our beautiful home, the neighborhood family, and my daughter's best friend moved from Charlotte. The minister who spoke about Alex regularly from the pulpit was transferred to Tampa. Left behind, there were years of darkness, but in the darkness, new seeds are planted. It was 2008, the craziest thing and best thing that I've ever done in my whole life. I became Dorothy unknowingly in the Wizard of Oz, and I went on a quest to recover my heart, my brain, and my courage, to find Glenda the Good Witch and my magic slippers. I gave up my faculty position at the medical school. I sold my home. I gave most of my things away and moved from the community I'd known for many years, which was Miami. Unconsciously, I began seeking a higher truth that would take years to unfold. And in that process, I landed in Oz. I landed in Oz, entering worlds that I did not know existed, receiving mentoring and teachings in energy medicine, the power of nature, meditation, sound healing, to open my mind and my heart to a greater truth, to be able to be here today with you. Leaving Miami, right? It's like Miami is asphalt and buildings and a beach, right? When you can get to it, and tons of beauty, and I love returning. But I found myself in every way, in my healing journey with nature, and that's what I'm inviting you to do today. And in that, I found more and more joy. I moved to upstate New York from Miami in 2016 to dog sit. So I got Susan Dua, for those of you who may know her, she was the founder of Parent to Parent of Florida, still a longtime friend. She goes, so now somebody up in Cherry Valley I know needs someone to dog sit for the month of August. So you can imagine getting out of Miami in the month of August. And off I went and fell in love with nature, and my family is since moved somewhat close by. I have who I say are my grandchildren there, and more nature, more and more nature. But I also discovered on my trek to return to self, we say we come home to self. We lose ourselves in stress and anxiety, and we'll talk about how that contributes to kind of the loss of self. So in coming back and journeying back to myself, I find out a remarkable fact that, I bought a home after a year and a half, and I bought it in Otsego Township. It's 30 miles square. So imagine the globe, and in 30 miles square is the same place that my ancestors landed and had their home in Fly Creek, which is now 10 miles from my house. And they also are buried there in Fly Creek, New York. So 10 miles from my home, and coming home to self, I choose a piece of property 10 miles or in the same radius of where my ancestors came from, Devonshire, England, in the 1800s. And I grew up in Illinois, and we always went to the cemetery in Wisconsin. But one of the Byards, migrated to Wisconsin from New York, and unbeknownst to me, there I am. So we let go, we let loose, we allow spirit to move us into the directions, we become fluid. And to me, the connection with nature was instrumental. And all the practices that you're going to hear about and directly experience today. So here it is where the pages, the writing of my book really began to happen. And so today I come to you with teachings that I've described in my book. But the wisdom I gleaned, not so much from Alex's life, I believe you hold already that wisdom within you. But knowledge you don't know that you don't know about who you are, knowledge that will rise you up to inspire you to also go on your quest and seize your own personal truth and to reduce the stress and anxiety as you return to full self. I'm studying Jungian psychology, right? We never, I got my PhD at age 55, so just keep going with life, right? So now I don't want to say how old I am. I'm studying Jungian psychology. So he says our questions are not big enough, right? So that's our problem. But what are the questions? We go, well, what are they? Tell us, tell us. So it's amazing. We're going to ask those questions, the big ones, the ones that will transform us. That's the question. So question number one, how safe do you feel in the world? And it starts with a story. A reporter from a scientific journal called and requested an interview with Albert Einstein for a special article in their publication on the great questions of great scientists. And Einstein agreed, and the reporter arrived and found Einstein seated in his chair on his porch, puffing on his well-worn pipe, they say. And the journalist says, well, I have only one question to ask you, Dr. Einstein. Young, kind of bright, nervous reporter, we can just kind of imagine the scene. And the question came, what is the most important question that scientists can ask? Well, the elderly Einstein stretched back and he really thought for 10 minutes. He said, that's a great question. It deserves a serious answer. Young man, he said, the most important question that any person can ask is whether or not the universe is a friendly place. Well, what do you mean? How can that be the most important question? The answer we find determines what we do with our lives. If the universe is a friendly place, we build bridges. And we will spend the rest of our time, and that's how we will spend our time. Otherwise, people use all the time to build walls. And we decide. And I feel the Women's Summit is helping here to help you decide, because sometimes our stress and anxiety levels can be so high that choice, we always have choice, but it's so minuscule because the stress is carrying us. It carries the day, we could say. So I ask you right now, and use the chat room. If you know where the chat room is, open it up. It's over there on your right. You have a little drop down. And put in that chat room, how safe do you feel? We've had an incredibly difficult year on a 1 to 10, 10 being all is well, I feel safe. I can handle whatever comes my way. I feel supported, guided, and I'm in touch with my inner and higher self that directs my path. My stress and anxiety level are low. My stressors are there, but I don't get triggered. That's our goal, right? And 1, super stressed, feel guarded, don't know who to trust. I'm worried, anxious most of the time. Insomnia, depressed as the future, feels scary and unsure. Just share in the chat box. What is the level of your stress? Go ahead and do that now. What is the source of your fears? They can be many. What we know for sure is that chronic stress keeps the fears alive because it's our mind, and our mind perceives a threat to oneness, to ourselves, our loved ones, or our future, and then we feel we have little control. When our mind is perceiving a little control over life. And chronic stress, we're helping you decouple And we see the chronic stress right here. And statistics would indicate that 55% of caregivers has chronic stress and can lead to that anxiety and depression and insomnia. So we are giving you the tools to relax and rejuvenate. See, with chronic stress, the threat is really gone. But however, the body is unable to return to a relaxed state, which is at the ground zero line on this image, on this chart. In this image, one sympathetic system, the alert system, is still on, maybe just low grade, but then easily triggered because we're highly wound up. Our prefrontal cortex, also referred to as our CEO of our executive functioning, are also called our smarty pants part of our brain, is turned off. So our more impulsive, irrational, primitive brain can take over. And unfortunately, the cortisol that's then released, the amygdala is our fear center, we could say. It's our filter. It says, whoa, danger, high alert. Cortisol goes flushing over our brain, throughout our bodies. We get ready for action, ready for fight. And the hippocampus is our memory center. So the cortisol just begins to short circuit our memory. So we have difficulty with short memory, right? Where is it? Where is it? I can't find it. Children all over the world, due to COVID and the stress levels, are finding learning difficult because of this. And our hypothalamus, it has to do with emotion regulation as well as affected. Interesting, a very interesting study of meditators versus non-meditators. And they showed a 2-minute clip of a video. And it was all white, black and white, two people walking towards the people watching the video, right? Walking towards, and the non-meditators, the amygdala said, fear, fear, watch out. Their cortisol soared, their heart rate, their heartbeat started pumping, you know. And people who had been meditating, they were like, let's wait and see what this is about, right? You're going to learn everything you need to know today. So which one are you? So we fight, we fight, flight, flee, or freeze. You know, but ideally, we're the leopard, you know, something gets triggered, and then within short time, our body comes back to ground zero, relaxed. I freeze. So I know I freeze. I know that about myself. I always constantly work on that. The human design, we're not wired to completely go back to ground zero by ourselves. The animal kingdom does that. They attack, and when the danger is done, so are they. They're back on the log. We don't have that natural ability. So that's why music and sound and breath work and chanting and singing has been around forever, because they are our natural resets to this. The telomeres, these are at these cap ends of the chromosome, and you can now, scary to do, but you can do a swab and send it in, and they will tell you your body's biological age, depending on the length of the telomeres. What we know with chronic stress is that the telomeres actually do shorten. So that we're biologically up to 10 years older than we are chronologically. So again, important for self-care. This was me for many, many years as an advocate, as a parent, and informed my whole life. Now being able to look down upon, you know, my life and self-reflection. My book helps me much with that. I built bridges, but walls at the same time. Walls and bridges, walls and bridges, walls and bridges. So it's like push, pull, push, pull. Nothing was an easy flow. But these restorative practices, and specifically brought us all day long, but Lee Capps will walk you through some primary ones and get to practice. They are to discharge and to reset so that you can build and build and the walls come down. But as we release, they come down as we release our fear, our guilt, our misconceptions of ourselves, our worry, our fret. We are here building bridges that are very strong. So what's our second question? Ready for our second question? The answer to this, I came to in that darkness, right? It was like in those seeds of darkness, every new possibilities come about. And I began to ask myself, when you lose everything that was important outside of my son, who's was such a grounding anchor and stronghold and continues to be in my life and is doing so well. But are you this? Are you your country, your job, your possessions, your language, your culture? Who are you? We're all divided these days. I'm this, I'm that. Walls, 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 right? But is there someone who is me that is greater? That's our question today. And we want you to experience that. What if you are a unique source of giving and receiving love energy? What if that is who you are? So let me take you through my own personal growth. So here, we're all, as women, we're very in tune to our body shape, right? So we know who we are in our body shape. Modern medicine. And as we get older, we're very attuned to the organs of the human body, right? Because they start not working so well. But depending on your background, your professional training, you may know this very well. And it wasn't that long ago that modern medicine was telling us they're all discrete, separate, organs that work separately. And now we're beginning to understand more and more that that's not true. That actually that our body, inside of our body, is very, very interconnected. But along my path, I learned about Chinese medicine. So look at, we are already also this body. And I discovered this by going to an integrative medicine conference back at the University of Miami, back in the medical school. I had left now for several years. And there was an exhibit booth, and I walked up, and an older gentleman in a white coat, and I walked by and I kind of was going to take a look at things. He goes, "Stick out your tongue." I'm like, okay. And he goes, "You have hypothyroidism." I had just gotten my lab results back like 3 days before. And I'm like, how do you know that? Chinese medicine. It's a whole different look at our body. So 5000 BC, big red book maps out all of this. And it's the subtle energy field within our bodies. So I went to him for many acupuncture sessions. Those needles really do not hurt. You like wince a bit, but that's it. And quite a few anomalies, things that I had going wrong with me over the years has been significantly helped through Chinese medicine. So look at this. This is kind of a modern medicine. I mean, or just what we look at our feet, right? Kind of big decision on, what shoes to wear or maybe not wear. I was a shoe freak. I still am, but now more flat to the ground. Or what color polish if we paint, but look at this. What if we are also this? And this is, again, the Chinese medicine version and understanding of self. So if I have, number one, I have issues with my head, or the fronts of my breast is number two. I maybe have, I'm tingling and with my ears, number four. So it's reflexology is using on a regular basis, and we can do it ourselves. Look at, for those of you, maybe in the chat room, you put, "Oh, I have a headache. I get regular migraines. This is great for me." Go ahead and share that. Look at, you have 4 massage points on your feet. So how does this work? How does the massaging, or something also called tapping, I teach a lot, how does it work? Well, in the first thing, you don't get immediate results, right? But there is that body-mind connection. So the more that you begin to use and open up those energy channels by massaging this, and everything's connected, right? We saw the bottom of the feet and how everything's connected. That energy channel gets more and more and more open. And you just go to begin to massage, and you begin to have the experience of the opening and the headache release. So I invite you all to try this if you have migraines or headaches. But then I went on and I learned about the chakra system. And this is a subtle energy field that is out around us and surrounds us. And the energy that we breathe in, deep breathing that you hum, breathing in, it's just not oxygen coming into our lungs, but there's just this whole energy that we're swimming around in that informs us. And it is our life force energy, and it helps clear all the practices, keep these chakras clear and vibrant. I had my thyroid. I was miserable by the end at the medical school. And now looking back, and 1 year before I resigned and let go of everything, I had my thyroid removed because I had nodules growing. Well, the fifth chakra, clearing this out, has to do with communication. And I had lost my way. I'd lost my voice. And to the degree that I ended up taking out my thyroid as an example of the association that we have with our physical body that we know in modern medicine with the chakras, energy field. I went and I studied energy medicine, and I discovered that we are also this. See, that we live in this interconnected world. We're not isolated, just as the modern medicine has discovered that all of our organs are actually connected, and we do one to one and another one gets affected. It's the same in our outside world. This energy field around us, we see here, is connected into a grid, into a beautiful grid where we all get are in that essence of being one. In that notion, what we do to ourselves or not do, it makes a big difference. And what we do to others makes a big difference. I want to tell you a story with this image. Last year I founded, another emotional moment. I founded is in the process of, and already is, an incredible K-8 holistic school, Lightwork Education and Wellness Center in Miami, Florida. The founder is Lisbeth Koto. Maybe she's here today. Give a shout out in the chat if you are. So this year we now have a physical location in Windward. If you're in Miami, check us out, or we also do online trainings. Last year, throughout the year, I taught this content to teenagers. And I showed basically these slides and then told stories. I won't tell so many stories today, but how much this is really, really true. And the teen said, I asked at the end, well, how much, to what degree did this reduce your anxiety and stress? Because that's the purpose of the Mind Shop, it's called. And because I was feeling a little bit like I might be in trouble, I overextended my stories and my truth with the teens, and they went, oh, no, it's 10 out of 10. I'm like, what? You're 10 out of 10 reduce anxiety from this? And they said, yeah. Oh, well, tell me more. So one said, no, you know, when my grandmother died, she came to me. And then she came to me in a dream, and I knew that it was her. So this all makes sense to me. I know that I'm not crazy, because see, in this field, as energy beings, we never die. Energy never dies. It's a story of seeds being planted and the rebirthing that we know of. That is the real truth of energy. That's the Albert Einstein. So energy doesn't die, it's transformed. And she had many experiences, and she's like, well, this makes sense to me. And then another incredible teen says, well, you know, I have premonitions. I know what's going to happen the next day. And I'm sitting across from somebody and I'm reading their mind. She goes, this makes sense to me, because these invisible airways, we're all connected up into them. And then So there was a third story that I want to share. Ah, yes, and the young woman who your girl was teen. I'm so sensitive to energy, and if you have a son or daughter very sensitive to energy, the movie to watch, Netflix free, is The Sensitive. Amazing documentary by a psychologist. You'll love it. But here she is. She's a sensitive. She goes, somebody walks in the room and I feel their energy. This all makes sense to me, they say. So let's listen to Lynn McTaggart, Power of Eight, her new book, and see what she has to say about our expanded self.
In my latest book, The Power of Eight, what I really discovered was that everything I thought I knew about the power of intention has, in a sense, been turned on its head. We generally think of intention as, I want, I get. And the universe is kind of like a restaurant just waiting for our order. And what I really discovered was that sometimes the actual focus of intention is almost beside the point. In many of my big intention experiments, while they've worked, while they've demonstrated an effect on the target, the more interesting experience has been on the actual senders. I decided to study that as another kind of experiment when I invited my audience to participate in a masterclass that would go for an entire year. So I put it out there. I asked for volunteers and people who wanted to be part of this. And we had about 250 people who did. And I put them into small groups of 8 and then observed them and watched them month by month for a year to see what happened. And it was extraordinary. Of the people who met regularly, pretty much 100% of those people had major life transformations. What has evolved, though, from this is that in putting people into groups of 8, I have been learning from these groups what works best. And I've discovered that when people get off of themselves and start intending for someone else, they start healing too. And if you go on and you look at a lot of the evidence about altruism, you find that there's nothing like it as a bulletproof vest for ensuring a long and healthy life. Even people with conditions, when they start getting off of themselves and doing for other people with the same condition, they get better. We are rediscovering our power. Many other cultures have understood this. They've used extended human potential in their lives. They use intention, ESP, remote viewing religiously. They use it every day. It's only we, Western mind, and by that I mean modern mind, that create this limiting view of ourselves as these discrete objects and these discrete beings that are highly materialist and that we can only do with our senses, our immediate senses, what is, just right there in front of us. And we define ourselves in such limiting biological terms. So it's reacquainting ourselves with what the ancients have understood for centuries, and then exploring that capacity and seeing if we can extend beyond that.
Amazing. She does amazing work. And Mohammed's going to, yeah, beautiful. The Power of Eight. I chose that clip for 2 reasons. One, because for those of you who have a son or daughter adult with a disability, we see how that altruism of finding meaning and purpose in life by being in service to others. and the importance of that for all of us. For all of us. I'm very proud of a former parent of Miami, board member, and amazing woman who founded the Demoya Foundation, finding business partners in the community in the Miami, South Florida area, and matching young adults with disabilities into workplaces to find meaningfulness in their lives. But we can also find meaningfulness in this way. We don't need to leave our home. We don't need to have an employer who agrees. Maybe we're still looking for that job. By being in service to others, because our consciousness lives outside of ourselves, as she says. The Power of Eight groups, what they do, and I'm in a Power of Eight group, and if anyone needs a healing that you want to bring to the Power of Eight group, you'll have my email. It is sending this love energy that we have within all of us. Our expanded self has the ability, or doing it all the time, and impacting those outside of self. There's these airways that are where our intention, where our mind, our thought goes, so does energy. And the energy is however we define it to be. So we could be sending worry energy to our children. I did that for many years. I still do it sometimes. And then I catch myself and like, no, delete that. I don't want to send that worry energy to my son, to anybody, right? No, we bring it back, delete, cut. No, we have the ability to, so we don't want to do that. We don't want these stressful thoughts to others. We want to send affirming thoughts. So we're going to experiment right now. So it doesn't matter if you have access to the chat room, if you figured that out or not, it doesn't matter. Maybe an emoji, you can use the reaction button down below if you want. If you want a healing from everybody else in this group, and we have powerful healers today just in our core group, but if you would like that, set the intention in your heart right now to receive a healing. And then you're going to, with your mind, you're going to direct that healing where it needs to go. Maybe it's your foot, it's your knee, it's that hip, right? Maybe it's a wounded heart. Maybe it's just overall stress. All right. So all you have to do to receive is drop from your head, which Jeff started us off doing, into your heart with your breath. So when you take a deep breath in, so everyone wanting a healing, take a deep breath in and drop down into your heart with the out breath. And just imagine sitting here and being receptive. Just being receptive, being open to receiving. See, as caregivers, we're giving all the time. And how many are exhausted? Of course. So we can take these 5-10 minutes a day and receive our own goodness and the goodness that's available from this infinite source. Deep breath. So all of my team here today and anyone else who wants to send this loving energy to everyone online. Maybe you have somebody as well that you want to send it to. Drop down, deep breath in, drop down into the heart. And imagine this pink ball of energy, just full of love. The universe energy of love surrounds us, enfolds us, meaning it passes through us and down a central channel within us, that chakra channel. So we breathe in. And as with our out breath, we see this ball of energy growing, and it's pink. And it's growing and growing and growing. And now maybe it comes out through your hands, or you just see it coming out through your entire body. We send it to everyone who has invited us into their field. And we're going to take 2 minutes. So I'm going to set a timer. And we're going to take 2 minutes. So we did. I set a timer because it's sometimes we realize that how long 2 minutes can be, or how short. Begin. Pink, purple energy, and knowing that the airways connect. The seeking connects. It's like a magnetic field connects with the givers. Those seeking healing, a loving source is connecting up. So we don't need to know who, we just direct. And we're like, oh, I only have enough for one person. No, we're infinite beings. And don't doubt. Your mind goes into doubt, it drops the energy. Keep sending. I see this incredible flow of energy. Keep sending. And just take a last breath and exhale out. So it feels good. It feels good. If you have any comments to share in the chat room, I'll look so forward to reading them and each other reading each other's experience. I saw this pink purple glow and I looked down and it was our screen today as well. So a good setup for the energy and the expandedness that we've just experienced. Our consciousness, our mind, our thoughts live outside of self. So we take care of what we think and what we say. We take care of that because it has an effect internally. So you can do the same 2 minutes. And this bright white energy, you bring it in and you direct it where it needs to go in your body. It's this intelligence we have that is ours. It's our divine design. Direct it where you want it to go. Question 2. Are you ready for question 3? To what degree do you live in conflict with self, others, in the natural world? And last night my stress kind of got the best of me and I realized I was in such conflict. So I patted myself. I was like, okay, no, this isn't where to go, right? It was like at war with ourselves. We're at war with ourselves. We are so much at war with ourselves as women. So I wanted to address this as our last question. To rise up, we must love and accept all of ourselves. So we're at war. We're at war with what we eat, how much we exercise, what we look like. Did we do our hair? Did we do this? Are we enough? Are we enough for this? Oh, I upset her. Oh my gosh, like war, woo, all the time, right? So how do we come back to that place of calm, right? But how do we? There's big things that we can do as well to bring this warring to the very minimal. And that's what I want to share with you this morning. There's we call archetypes, these imprints, this kind of pattern of energy that lives within us. It's a Carl Jungian construct that has served us very well for the last 100 years. We have, as women, because of society norms and all kinds of things, the archetype of Mother Mary, beautiful Mother Mary, of the kindness, the compassion, the generosity, the goodness in the world is we're okay with that. We like it when we show up with that. We get accolades for that. Everybody's happy with that, right? And there is a Black Madonna as well that I won't use an example today. Maybe Banashe will touch upon that. I just wanted to acknowledge that. But more extreme examples, because I wanted to get to what I want to share today, are as these other mother goddesses. So look at this. This is Mother Mary for the Aztec, right? This is, in a way, I mean, there was many different archetypes of in the kind of pre-modern world. This is Cuauhtlique, and I just has fallen in love with Cuauhtlique. I was looking for Mother Goddess, and I loved archaeology in Mexico. She was found twice and reburied. So in the last 50, 60 years, discovered. Can you imagine any discovery? And people go, oh my God, no. Look at her fierceness, right? Which is a metaphor for what's happened with our fierceness as a feminine archetype. It's like, let's not look at that. Bury her quick. I was just hysterical when I discovered that. Look, she has a skull as a belt, right? You know, it's like, don't mess with me, right? Two snakes have been, the heads chopped off and made into her eyes, and she has fangs, and her skirt is snakes, and all surround sound. She's 8 feet tall, and now resides in the National Museum in Mexico City. This is fierceness. This is strength. This is also part of who we are, and to own our fierceness. So if we're Hindu, imagine having our daughters come into the world realizing that we are this fierce. We're not only this fierce, but we are fierce in service to ourselves and to others. She has 18 arms, encompassing everything. So imagine all the deities got together and said, we're going to form the female goddess. And all of the deities are going to contribute something to make it happen. So she represents everything, all encompassing. She has 18 arms encompassing everything, right? The snake garland, the sword, the spear, arrows, conch shell to be heard. Her name maybe means many things. One of them is that she who is Black, going back to the darkness, remember the slide, we in the void of darkness, and the dark and the light are meant to dance together. And in this void of darkness, we recognize that out of this decay and death grows beauty. She wears a garland of skulls, perhaps to show us that we too must remove the skeletons in our closet. She gives us the implements for our own excisions. And she teaches us fearlessness, to be fearless, to be fearless. And this goddess, this is the middle photo is actually mine. I was so blessed. I traveled to Egypt with a group of people who understood the metaphysical, and then an incredible tour guide. But this is Sekhmet, and look at the unification with nature, because that's question number 3. How united do you feel with nature? See, we are of nature. We all come from the same source, and this unification is that this energy within the animal world also, lives within us. So the fierceness of the lion Her name means the mighty one, but apparently she has 1,000 names or maybe even more. She was seen as the protector of the pharaohs. So her sphere was into the heart to kill the enemies. A fiery glow comes from her body, is how she has been described. And the hot desert winds come from her breath. So she's both the creator and the destroyer, the light and the dark being woven together into one. To rise up, we need to own our own fierceness. And I know you have, as anyone who's had to advocate for their own health or for their health and well-being and education, the cognitive of their son and daughter, I know you all are warriors, incredible warriors. But I have come to see the warrior or own it in a new way. And I invite you to do that. Because we're sometimes warriors when the pot boils over. You know, our fierceness is shown in that regard. The straw that breaks the camel's back, and then that was me. I was exploding, right? But no, we want to walk with integrity, you know, feeling respected, honored as who we are, as the creative force here in this planet, as a woman, whether we have children or not. We represent all of that. Otherwise, it's anger. We want fierceness. See, if we show up as Coatlique, we never have to send the rattlesnakes. Those are rattlesnakes, by the way. We never have to send those rattlesnakes out to get anybody, right? We just show up fierce. People leave us alone. We're seen as loving and fierce. We're holders of that wisdom. We're composed of all that is. That's how we need to see ourselves. See, and then others get the message. Others see us the way that we potentially, but we have a lot of projection, but others see us also the way that we see ourselves, the way we carry ourselves. If we're vulnerable in our perception of self, others perceive it and they take advantage. We need to own our own fierceness, but our fierceness begins at home. Oh, darn. Not with others. We each need to find the courage to awaken, the courage to rid ourselves of our delusions and illusions, of smallness, of only being this, of being only this physical self. The confusion that our mind and our brain are the same thing, but they're not. We have to let go of the illusion of power that comes with our titles, our degrees, our body images, clothes, zip codes. Knowing what we know when we show up at an IEP meeting, the knowledge we hold. Like, give up that's not where it's at. That's not where our power is. Our power is our intrinsic self. It's who we are. So how do we do it? How do we do it? See, this was my path. It may be yours. We come into the beauty of Mother Earth, of the Great Mother, held in nature. We're one with that. And then she blesses us. See, with the Great Mother, we find compassion for ourselves. The beauty of compassion. So we invited her in today. That was Jeff's entry. Connecting up with Mother Earth. That is where our compassion lies, but for ourselves. Because we can't see our follies, we can't see all the illusions. If we don't greet it with compassion, We pretend it's not there because our hypercritical voice kicks in, and we can't go any deeper. Oh, I can't look at that because I'm going to beat myself up more. I already beat myself up enough. Let me not tackle that, right? No, we invite in the mother, the compassion, and she helps us look at the darkness, where we have gone wrong, our own follies. Read my book. It's full of follies, very intimately written for you, full of follies. And as we admit to them and we see them, and with compassion for self, we begin to see it in everybody. Well, she's got that too. She has that, or he has that, or look at it, it's everywhere. It's universal. Our follies are universal. We think in our smallness, we think that our own smallness is and all of our follies are unique. They're not. It's all universal. Everybody's got it. But see, then you see it in others and you go, oh, the compassion we have for ourselves, like, oh my gosh, poor thing. I know that thing. I know I stopped doing that, but I know she's like that. So then the compassion grows and the love grows. And then as we step greater and greater and we feel more compassionate with ourselves, we go, okay, now I can even look at that. Boy, that was a big mess. What was I thinking? We forgive ourselves, and then our compassion grows for ourselves, and then it grows for other people. And then pretty soon we're just one big ball of loving, compassionate energy. We're that pink ball of energy that we found today and created ourselves today in our chest for that moment. And we expanded ourselves out to share it with everybody in the world. We don't know where all that energy went, but we knew we had receptors there in the room needing it. And people need it all the time. We can sit down and be of mind and purpose without leaving our home, and teach our children to be the same. Because it is only with that, through that we end this. It is how we end it. Each one by one. We don't hire someone could we like a CEO, right? Could I find somebody to end this, please? Like, where's that button, right? Who's that person? It's not me. No, it is. It is, because unless we are fully into our expanded self, we are in this in some form or another. This came to me, the word came to me, and I thought, oh my gosh, am I going to go here in this presentation? And then I received a text from someone who was coming to help me that day. And she said, no, I'm sorry, I didn't respond yesterday, I'm physically unable. I had a domestic violence issue, and I'm physically unable to help you at this time. And I went, boom, this slide needs to be here. This slide needs to be here. So we are the end. We, as in you and I, the fierceness of Kali with all of her tools to excise is within us. And we excise our own misunderstandings about who we are in our limitations. And we do that with compassion, and we do it through forgiveness. And we do it by connecting up with our mother, the Mother Earth. And the Great Mother is reminding us, it's not a revenge. She's not out to revenge. It's just, this is who she is. And the world needs to be reminded right now of the fierceness of the mother. And the Me Too movement is the same. Women are coming together all over the world in new ways. And so the time has come to drop our fears, our shame, shed our shame, release the guilt, to love ourselves. It's time to rise up. So you ask yourself, what needs to come out from the shadows, needs to be awakened? What needs to be acknowledged? The goodness, the strength that you have, all that you have gone through, which is a lot, has given you a power and a strength that you uniquely can carry forth to change the world. All right. No, not to stop screen share though. Sorry, Mohammed. Can you bring me back? A call interrupted. Sorry. It was so powerful that. The power of the video, it went whoa. So it doesn't mean to run for office, right? It means that we're rising up in our own unique way, our own unique way, our own offering. Mother Earth to her daughters, unfold your wings and rise. That is her message. There's a beautiful saying, the bird of humanity needs both of its wings to rise. That's what I invite you to do today. And to bring that message to you are the Brazilian voices.
One, two, three, four.
Rise up, my daughters, rise. Your daughters are rising and rising and rising. Rise up, my daughters, rise. Your daughters are rising and rising and rising. Rise up, my daughters. Your daughters are rising and rising and rising. Rise up, my daughters, rise. Your daughters are rising with courage and intuition. Rise up, my daughters, rise. Rise up, my daughters, rise. All women are rising and rising and rising. Rise up, all women, rise. All women are rising and rising and rising. Rise up, all women, rise. All women are rising and rising and rising. Rise up, all women, rise. Your daughters are rising with courage and strength. Rise up, my daughters, rise. Rise up, my daughters, rise. We're rising and rising and rising. Rise up, humanity, rise. We're rising and rising and rising. Rise up, humanity, rise. We're rising and rising and rising. Rise up, humanity, rise. Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. And we will take a moment stretch. Stretch your knees, your legs. It's wonderful to be here. I get to read your comments soon. And our next presenter is Dr. Lee Capps. And just take a stretch. We've been sitting a while. Nice to see so many people here. Carrie Kane, hello Tracy. Sandy's here, thank you. Good, good, good. Ronnie, my gosh, Ronnie and I were on the same boards back in 1984, 85, 86, actually with Lee Capps. So Lee Capps is going to tell our story. I'm going to bow out, but thank you so much, Lee. And we have a long, beautiful history together. So thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Thank you for sharing your story so powerfully and honestly. For those of you who haven't read her book yet, it is powerfully vulnerable for her to share the journey that she has taken. And it's a privilege and an honor to be with women who want to rise up, who want to rise together. And Paula has her story, I have my story, you all have your stories. And together we're going to use those stories to recognize the power that we have within us. And sometimes it takes tragedy, sometimes it takes sorrow to get us that way, unfortunately, but it all ends up to be a gift. And so my story is about finding my greatest gifts through tragedy and sorrow, similar to Paula's, but in a slightly different way. And some of us start this journey early in life, and some of us start it later in life. Mine was early. I was born to parents who got married a little later in life, and they tried for 5 years to have a child, and they were unsuccessful. And so they put in for adoption, and they got a call from the adoption agency saying a little boy was available. And this was, of course, way back in the 50s. I know I don't look that old, but that's how old I am. And they were very excited. And on that very day, my mother found out she was pregnant with me. And so she canceled the adoption because she didn't want two babies at the same time. And so I was a great blessing to my parents. She never had any other children, however, and kind of regretted that she didn't take the adopted baby. And so I started out in a very loving, happy environment where I was treasured. And when I was almost 9 years old, my father kissed my mother and I goodbye and went off to work. And just a couple hours later, my mother was at the school telling me that my father had died. He had a massive heart attack, and that was it. He was at work and he shoveled snow that morning. I'm from upstate New York, and he was in pain, but of course didn't tell anybody, like many stoic men, and went to work and ended up in trouble, and they couldn't revive him. And so, at the age of 9, you're old enough to know what death is and that he's not coming back and that he's in heaven or he's wherever, but you're young enough not to be just accept it. Like all the adults around me were saying, well, this is terrible, but this is life, and he's in heaven now, and you can pray for him. And I was brought up Catholic, and that just didn't do it for me. So it really started me on a seeker's path. So similar to what Paula went through after her daughter died, I started to go through at the age of 9 because I didn't know where he was. I was like, well, how can he be here 1 minute and gone the next? Where did he go? And it helped me begin to look at what is life after death and what is the meaning of life. And, because as a child, your goal with your children is to make them feel loved and safe. And I felt that way until that happened. And then it was like, well, is my mother going to die next? I'm an only child. Am I going to be all alone? Am I going to go to foster care? What's going to happen? Of course, my mother said to me, I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm not dying. But how did I know that? And so for about 3 years, my mother and I went on together. And then she was very unhappy being single. She was a woman that enjoyed being married. And so she met somebody at a Halloween party and was married in February, remarried. And he had 2 children. And so I became part of a step family. Now, in the 60s, when this occurred, none of my friends had a step family. Nobody was divorced. I was kind of the odd one out. And so I didn't know how to navigate this. I had actually only met him a few times. And my father had been a wonderful person, very loving, never raised his voice, never argued. Well, the family that we ended up in was very, very different. Lots of anger, and their mother had died of cancer, and they were not really loved. My stepfather didn't want children. He wanted a wife. And so off they went on their honeymoon and on many trips that they didn't take us on. And so this ended up to be from the age of 12 to the age of 18 was the darkest time in my life. And it was a very strained and difficult relationship, not only with my stepfather, but my step siblings. And this led me to becoming a very sullen, angry, young person. Even when I left and went to college, which I'll discuss in a minute, I hated my stepfather, hated him. And so in my 20s, I realized this was not a healthy situation, that I couldn't go on hating somebody like this. And I went home and visited my mother. And so I needed to come to a better resolution, but I couldn't really think of anything nice about him. And I think he pretty much felt the same about me. And so what came to me was I believed that there was a spark of God in each person, even the most evil person. And so I thought, I can say the God in me loves the God in you, and be genuine about it and be heart-centered and mean it. And so I started saying this as an affirmation many, many, many times a day, 100 times a day, and would picture him And I'd say, the God in me loves the God in you. And I would visit. And when I flew in, and I got off the plane, I would hug my mother and I would say, "Hi, Dad," because that's what I called him, but I never hugged him. And so I started hugging him. And his arms were very rigid against his side. He didn't make any attempt to reach out and hug me. But I continued to do this on these visits. And sooner than later, one of his hands came up. I could feel it behind my back. And so pretty soon, this took several years now because I only visited a few times a year, but he started to hug me. And then I heard through an acquaintance that he was bragging about me to others, that he was saying, "Oh, she works for this nonprofit organization and she's going to be getting her doctorate, etc." And so I started to feel a genuine love for him, not really the outside personality that I knew, but I knew there was something growing within me about him. And so on one visit, I hugged him at the airport. He's hugging me back. And I said, "I love you, Dad." And he didn't say it back, but eventually he said it back. Maybe a year and a half later, he said, "I love you too." And on his deathbed, many, many years later, he was very combative. He could not slip off into the other side. He just couldn't do it. And it was at 1:30 in the morning, and my stepsister called me and said, "I think he needs to speak with you." Now, he had Alzheimer's and he couldn't speak. But I said, "Well, put up the phone to his ear." And I said, "Hi, Dad, it's Lee. I forgive you. I forgive you for everything that you've ever done to me. And I hope that you forgive me, for everything that I did to you. I was a very sullen, unhappy child and couldn't have been easy to bring into a family." And we hung up. He didn't, of course, respond. And we hung up, and my stepsister called me back within a minute and said he calmed right down and just died. And so that was a beautiful example to me of energy and love and healing, and how what you think might be the worst thing in your life, which at that point was him, for me, ended up to be one of the greatest gifts. And how this all turned into even greater gifts was, by the time I was 18, I was ready to get as far away from upstate New York as possible. I just wanted to go somewhere and kind of start a new life. And so I ended up going to the University of Miami. My mother didn't want me to go that far, but to her credit, she did take me down. I loved South Florida as soon as I got there. And I started out as a music educator, studying music education. And I loved it. I was in the marching band. And that first semester, fortunately, at the University of Miami, they make you go out and do practicum. So I was teaching children in a school how to play the clarinet. And week after week, they would come back and they didn't practice. And so I thought, is this what I'm going to do for the rest of my life? Teach children, instruments and music, and they don't practice, they don't really care. And that's when I found out about the program Music Therapy at the University of Miami. And music therapy is using music as a modality to help those that have some type of problem. Maybe it's a psychiatric problem, maybe elderly in nursing homes where they can't remember things, maybe children with developmental disabilities, that kind of thing. And so I thought, isn't that a beautiful way to use my gift of music? And so that led me eventually to United Cerebral Palsy. But what was interesting is that I was supposed to do an internship at South Florida State Hospital. Music therapy has a 4-year degree, and then you have, in addition to that, you have to do a 6-month internship. And so that was going to be my internship at South Florida State Hospital in September, after I finished my schoolwork in May. And a month before I was to start that internship, I got a call saying the music therapist had been fired or left, and there was no internship available. So again, you've got 4 years of a degree, but you don't have the degree yet. And so that was a major turning point for me, because it looks like that's a terrible thing to happen to you. But by January, I had an internship that became available at United Cerebral Palsy. And so I took that internship, and halfway through that internship, that music therapist left. Fortunately, there was somebody else on staff who had previously been the music therapist who could act as a supervisor and finish out my internship and get me my degree. But the good thing about it was they hired me as the new music therapist after I finished my internship. And so what I found immediately, I worked with both the children and the adults, but with many, many of the families. And I found that I could relate to those families. Even though I didn't have a child with a disability, I had experienced a loss that made my life different. It wasn't what I had expected. And so, you know that when you have a child with a disability, that's not what you expected. Your whole life is going to be different now, because you have this child. You expected, you had these visions and of what your child was going to be like and what they were going to accomplish. And now you have to adjust, and your whole life is different. Well, the same thing happened to me with my father dying. And so I felt like that I could bring that forward and share that with people and have some sense of an understanding of what they were going through. And so as I was down there in Miami in my senior year, just before I started my internship, I saw a poster on campus that said that there was going to be a lecture at Gusman Hall about spirituality. And of course, I had been seeking since I was 9. I mean, I had gone to every church. I studied Buddhism, I studied Hinduism, I've studied everything, and still was searching. Just really hadn't found yet what I thought I needed. And so I thought, this poster just really enchanted me. And I thought, I'm going to go to this lecture. And so I went, and it was a weekend afternoon. And I don't know, the venue seated maybe a couple thousand people, and there were maybe 500 people there at the most. And so, you know how when you're in a theater and you're there by yourself and other people come in, they leave like a number of seats between you. I mean, people were spread out. And so I'm sitting in my seat waiting for the lecture to start. And this old woman comes down my row and keeps coming and coming and coming and sits right in the seat next to me and says, "Hello, dear." And she sits down. She looks 102 to me. Now I'm only 22. She actually was, I think, 72, but she looked very old. And she had a heavy sweater on, and she had on, she brought a blanket with her because she was cold, and it was kind of cold in the theater. And so that was all. She just said hello. But I thought about, should I move over a seat? You know, this is very uncomfortable, but I stayed. And there was the first part of the lecture, and I loved it, just loved it. It was about ascended master teachings. And I thought, I have found what I've been looking for. And then there was an intermission. And so this woman said to me, "Well, what do you think, dear, of this?" And I said, "I love it. I think that this is what I've been waiting for my whole life." And she said, "Well, my name is Patricia." And she said, "I have a group, an Ascended Master group. And here's my card. And we meet every other Saturday evening at my apartment. And here's the address. And we just lost a member of our group, and you're the replacement." And I looked at her and I said, "What?" And she said, "Yes, dear, you are the replacement." She said, "We need young people in our group, and many of us are older. And you will fulfill that position." And so then I didn't say anything else. I mean, I was 22. I had no idea what to say. But I knew I wasn't going to be going to that group. I was like, woo woo, this is kind of scary. And, you know, and I'm driving home thinking, what just happened? This woman, it sounded like she knew I was going to be there. So the following Saturday, I find myself in my car driving to the meeting at her apartment, not really knowing why I'm going, kind of led there. So I get there and there's about 10 people there, and she was right. They were old. And but I immediately knew when I sat down that I was the missing member of the group. I was to take this man's position that died. And it just felt so, all my searching from the age of 9, I had found what I was looking for. And Patricia ended up to be my teacher, my spiritual teacher, for the next 14 years before she died. And this really, really was just a great, great blessing to me in my life. And when she knew that she was going to die, she told me, she said, I've got a couple weeks left to live. And I want to be able to communicate with you after I die, because I want you to know without a shadow of a doubt that there is life after death. And so you will have a knowing of that answer that your father, lived on in spirit. So I said, well, okay, how are we going to do this? And she said, I'm going to contact you, and I'm going to do it in 2 ways. I'm going to flicker a lamp or a light when I'm around you. And I want you to be aware of what you're doing when I do this. And she said, secondly, I'm going to touch you on right on the top of your head like this. And you're actually going to feel like somebody's hand is there. Fingertips are there. And you're also going to feel a tingling. So I said, okay, all right. And then she died 2 weeks later. And her daughter lived in California, and I had really become like a daughter to her. And so it was my responsibility to clean out her apartment. And so I was very caught up in all of that and, her affairs, settling all her affairs. And so about 2 weeks after she died, I was sitting in bed reading a book before I went to sleep. And it was a spiritual book. And I was looking down and reading the sentence, I am lovingly looking over you. And my light blinked. Now, you'd think that I would be, oh my God, this is it. Patricia's contacting me. Nope. I totally forgot about that. I kind of got a little distracted, looked over at the light, didn't think much of it, found my place again. I am lovingly looking over you, and the light blinks again. And so I thought, what is wrong with this light? I don't remember it ever blinking, still oblivious to what Patricia had told me. 3rd time, go down. I am lovingly looking over you. The light blinks again. Well, this time I actually get up and change the light bulb. This is how dense and stupid I was at my very young, well, now I'm in my 30s, so really have no excuse. So I change the light bulb, I get back in bed, I open my book, I get down to the page that says, I am lovingly looking over you, and the light goes off for 10 seconds. And I feel the touch on the top of my head. And then I'm like, okay, I got you, Patricia. I'm so sorry that it took so long. But see, I am very skeptical. And so maybe that one flicker, I would have, at the time thought, oh, great, this is Patricia, but then later doubted it. But because I was so resistant, and going off, switching the light bulb, going off for 10 seconds, that's proof to me. So I knew beyond the shadow of a doubt, I have a knowing, I know that there is life after death. And so again, this was, aha moment in my life, right? So in the meantime, I go on with my career. So as Paula said, I'm doing spiritual work on the side, and I'm moving up in the organization. I'm getting my PhD, got my PhD, and did music therapy for maybe 15 years. And then still did it periodically, even though I was then the director of day programs and services, et cetera. And eventually became, as Paula mentioned, COO of the company. And I just semi-retired 10 days ago, June 1st. And so now I'm an executive advisor to United Community Options. And so I've had a lot of time to look back and reflect on the 42 years that I've been with the company. And I think, my greatest joy, of course, has been the children and the adults that I've come in contact with. It's just been an incredible gift in my life, and the families. But the great frustration is that I could never totally do what I wanted to do for those families and the children and the adults, because there just isn't the money. And so there's a constant frustration that especially the state of Florida does not seem to care about people with disabilities. And it's very, very difficult to get what is needed. And I can remember Paula and I going back and forth, decades ago. She would be coming to these committee meetings and wanting everything. We need a one-on-one, we need this, we need that. Well, where's the money? I don't have the money to do that. I'm not disagreeing that this child needs a one-on-one. And so just, as a nonprofit organization, we were always struggling. And so I had to use my spiritual part of my life to stay in these ever increasing positions of responsibility with the company to balance out my life. And throughout my career, many people have said to me, you have such a beautiful balance between your career and your personal life. And it was a balance, but it was a kind of an integration of knowing that everything was in divine order. I was there for a purpose. I was there to do the best I could. I was there to advocate. And there was a greater force, helping me do all of that. And so with that, I could gain a greater perspective. I just wasn't kind of lost in the system. And I didn't get to the point maybe that Paula got to, where you're just so angry and frustrated and fierce without the compassion component and maybe a different perspective component. I saw in the chat, one of the somebody said, there's a balance between the fierceness and the compassion. And there definitely is. And so, I'm not saying I did that 100% of the time every day, but that's certainly what I was striving for. And so I'm going to, in the next part of my presentation, share some teachings with you, or some methods to help balance all of that out, and to reduce stress, to increase positive thinking, and ongoing healing, really, of balance and joy, where you come into your own truth eventually, and help those around you do that as well. And so I'm going to share my screen. And so the importance of the journey is the title of my presentation today. And as I said, it isn't just Paula's journey. It isn't just my journey. It's all of our journeys together. And so we're hoping through, by sharing ours, that it hits a point within yours, something within your heart or something within your soul that you say, yes, this is helpful for me. And so rising up practical applications. And so I'm certainly not going to say that I'm going to cover all the types of things that you could be doing. I've just picked a few that I feel are things that you could actually learn and do. And many of you probably already do some of these, because I did pick kind of basic things. What is practice? What is purposeful practice? It's anything practiced with intention. The intention that you want to grow, the intention that you want peace in your life, you want less stress, you want to focus better, whatever it is. And it should be a daily practice, and not getting down on yourself if you miss a day, but it should be personal and individualized. Like, people will ask me, well, what's your practice? Well, that's, I can share my practice, but you need to do what resonates with you. It's important to choose those that work for you. And your practices don't have to be the same every day. They can be varied. And I came across a quote by W.C. Fields. And he said, start every day with a smile and get it over with. And so we want to be careful that we don't start every day with our spiritual practices, get them done, to get them over with. Okay, great. I did my meditation. I did what I needed to do for the day. And, you know, it should be something that you look forward to, that you want to do. And sometimes I've done practices that over time get kind of stale and boring. And I realize that I'm doing them in a rote manner. And so I change them up. You know, I pick something different that I want to do. And so types of practices. Meditation obviously is number one. And even if that means just kind of taking a couple deep breaths and stretching, just what we did before I started, that can be a meditation. Breathing techniques, that was really combined with what we did. We breathed in heavy and we breathed out. Chanting, and we're going to explore a couple of chants. Toning, which is really just kind of making a guttural sound or sounds with your own voice and tuning into different parts of your body and where they resonate. Physical movement, we're going to see some of that today by Banafsheh. And there's, of course, other types. Spiritual study. As you could see that night that Patricia contacted me, I was reading a spiritual book. Even just to read, you know, we have those daily inspirational calendars and things, even just to get our frequency and our energy up a little bit to read something uplifting. Chakra work. I'm sure many of you know what chakras are, but they're energy centers in the body. And doing work on them can help clear different aspects of things that are blocking us from becoming our true selves, and different rituals that we can do. And so those are some of the things that I'm going to explore here. So there are many, many different types of meditation techniques. I think the most famous one is transcendental meditation. Maharishi Mahesh started this in the 50s. And what he did was gave everybody a mantra that they were supposed to say 15 minutes 2 times a day. And the point of this is that you focus on the mantra. So a lot of people have trouble meditating because all of these different thoughts come into their mind. And the point of this is that you only focus on the mantra, and as other thoughts come in, you just come back to the mantra. And you say it silently. This isn't something you're saying out loud. And so that's been done around the world. And I'm not sure, I never did this. I don't know if people get a lot of the same mantras, but I don't think that really matters. Guided meditation, usually with something that you're listening to that's recorded. And sometimes, you know, they take you to your favorite place, like a beach or a forest, or being in the bathtub. You got candles all over, you're visualizing candles all around you, etc. Loving kindness meditation. This is a beautiful Buddhist concept where you're directing positive energy and goodwill to not only yourselves, but others and the planet. And that can be a beautiful practice to do every morning. And so kind of what Paula did, where she centers you in the heart, and Jahidi did, centers us in the heart, and then we think loving thoughts first for ourselves, because that's a lot of our problem, right? We don't love ourselves first. We don't feel worthy. And then it's very hard to give of that to others. And then there's another kind, focused attention on an object. Often it's a burning candle. And so you're just sitting in front of that candle and you're staring at the flame. And that was kind of a centering, beautiful lowering of kind of all these things that are happening outside you, and just kind of a focus. And then there are all types of breathing techniques. There's conscious breathing, there's alternate nostril breathing, pause between the breaths. So you inhale and then you pause 3 to 5 seconds and then exhale and do the same thing. There's rapid breathing, pranayama breathing, which is very fast breathing, and get your frequency up. And so what we're going to do now is listen to a meditation that combines the meditation and a breathing technique. And so I invite you to just sit back and follow his instructions and just see, pay attention to your body and see if you have a different frequency by the end of this.
To begin with, see if you can position yourself as comfortably as you can, shifting your weight so that you're allowing your body to be well supported. And you might want to take a moment to feel the support beneath you and just let your body settle in. And as you breathe in and out, slowly and comfortably, you can allow yourself to feel more and more settled and comfortable. Inhaling as fully as you can, gently and easily. And breathing out fully and comfortably. And knowing that when you place your hands over your abdomen or your chest in a certain way each time you listen, that you're creating a built-in cue for later on. A cue that will diffuse any tension or discomfort. That will remind your body that it knows how to relax quickly and easily, just by placing your hands in the same way, anytime, day or night. Continuing to inhale as fully as you comfortably can, and breathing out fully and easily. And with the next breath in, counting 1, 2, 3. And counting the breath out 1, 2, 3. Just this simple 1, 2, 3. As more and more your belly rises easily and naturally as you breathe in 1, 2, 3, and subsides simply and naturally as you breathe out 1, 2, 3. Just like the breath of a sleeping baby, up and down. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Aware that your hands resting on your body are gently lifted by the fullness of the in-breath and lowered with the out-breath. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. Feeling your hands rise gently and easily with each breath in, and settle down and subside with each breath out. 1, 2, 3, in, and 1, 2, 3, out. And now just counting on your own, in your own mind, at your own pace, with each breath in and out, letting the rhythm of your own breathing guide the counting, and the rhythm of your counting guide the breathing.
And so just notice the difference in your body, in your energy. It's palpable. And when a large group of us are doing this together, it's even stronger. And I have an Alexa, and I just said to her, which I don't want to say right now because she'll respond. I just said, play a conscious breathing meditation. And that came up on the Alexa. And so any of you that want to try something like that he's going to come up if you say that. And so that's just an example of one type of breathing meditation techniques. And then the next practice that can be done is chanting and mantras. There are many, many types. I mean, thousands of different types of these. Hindu chants, Buddhist chants, Gregorian chants, Christian chants, Jewish chants, many, many, many types. And so I'm just going to play two types of the same mantra. And so the mantra that I selected is Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, which is adoration to Shiva, but really it's about universal consciousness. It's about oneness consciousness. And that's what we're talking about today in rising together. How can we all learn and grow by sharing our stories and by sharing how we are growing and how we are hopefully reaching enlightenment or reaching some state of truth within ourselves. And so the first method that I'm going to play of reciting this is just that, reciting it over and over again, 108 times, which is a sacred number for many, many reasons. And we're not going to get into that today, but that's a very sacred number. And this is in the language of Sanskrit, which is a very spiritual, holy language and resonates with our trillions of cells that we have. And so here is the recitation of Om Namah Shivaya. And again, you can either repeat it with him or you can just rest in it and notice how you feel in listening to this.
Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Namah Shivaya.
I forgot to tell you about the bell at the end, so it might have scared a few of you. That can be an app that you download on your phone. You can just look up apps of chanting, of recitation of chants, and so that can help you. You don't have to use a prayer bead, but you can, where you count the 108 times. So this app will count it for you. The bell goes off, and then it's repeated. So you could do a series of those if you'd like. Of course, it's very similar to the rosary in Catholicism. And then there are many, many, many other versions of chants where it's music. And there are many artists. This is Deva Premal singing Om Namah Shivaya, a little sample of her.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya.
So that's a little sample. And so some people may find that less tedious to do than just reciting the mantra. It just depends. Sometimes you can do both. Sometimes it depends on what you feel. But I play these even for my dogs and my cats. If I feel that they need calming, I'll just put one of these on. And it's very, very calming to them. They settle right down. And so that kind of tells me, okay, this works. This is energy that's working and flowing. And so you can explore many of these other things. YouTube is full of all of these people singing all different types of chanting. The Gregorian chant is absolutely lovely and beautiful and very meditative. I'm sure many of you are aware of that, and I listed different parts, different types of chants. And then toning is a form of vocal or sound therapy, elongating vowels, as I mentioned, that you're actually saying like, ooh, something like that. And you do it different levels and find what vibrates with you. Sometimes you focus on different areas of the body or chakras. And physical movement, obviously, you're going to have some of that today. So that's very exciting. But there are different types of physical movement: yoga, tai chi, qigong. I have a friend that meditates while she jogs. Sometimes she'll have a chant going in her earbuds. But just the fact of just jogging outside and, any kind of weather, it really doesn't matter to her, brings her to a different level of awareness. And that really is what this is all about, isn't it? Bringing us to be more aware of the energy within and around us. And this type of physical movement where you're doing the Tai Chi, I do Qigong, just helps you. You're even moving the energy with your hands and your body, and you're feeling the effect it has on you and the effect it has on the environment around you. And all of these things can just help you deal with our everyday lives and all the stress and conflict and things that we have to deal with. Having a greater perspective, a greater awareness that there is more than some of these things that we're going through and dealing with. I mentioned the inspirational reading. These are examples of a few: the Course in Miracles, which is a channeled course, and Marianne Williamson made that very famous. The Secret was very, very famous. The Law of Attraction. Ask It, It Is Given is Esther and Jerry Hicks. Highly recommend that. Highly recommend the Law of Attraction, because if we're advocating for someone, we want to bring in positive responses, don't we? So if we're too fierce and we're too much of a force that, doesn't want to be reckoned with, then sometimes we shut out what our child may need or what our adult may need or what we may need, depending on the situation. The Celestine Prophecy, The Alchemist, A New Earth by Eckhart Tolle. And I wanted to just read a little section here because it relates to what Paula was saying in her presentation. So this is Eckhart Tolle's A New Earth, Awakening to Your Life's Purpose, page 134. And he says, although the body is very intelligent, it cannot tell the difference between an actual situation and a thought. It reacts to every thought as if it were a reality. It doesn't know it is just a thought. To the body, a worrisome, fearful thought means I am in danger, and it responds accordingly, even though you may be lying in a warm and comfortable bed at night. The heart beats faster, muscles contract, breathing becomes rapid. There is a buildup of energy, but since the danger is only a mental fiction, the energy has no outlet. Part of it is fed back to the mind and generates even more anxious thought. The rest of the energy turns toxic and interferes with the harmonious functioning of the body. And so this is energy. This is what we do to ourselves. And John Newton, who does ancestral clearing, said that worry is praying for something you don't want. Worrying is praying for something you don't want because you are focused on that and you are sending energy to that. And so that's where the study of the law of attraction can be very, very helpful. The chakra work, my time is almost up or is up, so I'm not going to go into this, but this is something that you can study if any of you are interested in it, because each day of the week corresponds to a different chakra. And you could even just lovingly focus on that chakra, on your crown, on your throat, on your heart, and visualize these colors if you like, or visualize any color that you want. And rituals, obviously, many types of rituals that you can do. Sometimes when people meditate, they light a candle. You have an altar at home. You have a gratitude journal that you write in every day. You have affirmations that you say. You can honor the directions. I love taking a bath, and I have a big Roman tub, and I light the candles around me, and I do all of that. Affirmations are very good to say. I have an affirmation here. I am resting in luminosity. I trust my cells continue to heal. I ask the spiritual dimension of my deepest healing consciousness to guide, sustain, and enliven myself. And you can even do that for others and say, guide, sustain, and enliven you, or put a name in there for people. So there's just, you can write your own affirmations. So there's just many, many, many types of practices and just conscious things that you can do throughout the day. You can even just focus on the conscious breathing, as you're doing the dishes. Just anything to get you centered and focused away from what you can see out there. Because in many spiritual teachings, they say, what's out there is an illusion. But of course, we're in it every day and we need to find a way to balance. And so that's my presentation. Thank you all for your attention and for the beautiful work that you all do. Namaste.
Okay, let me introduce here. All right, we're beautiful. We have a beautiful pre-recorded video that we're going to begin in just a minute. I would like to introduce it. It's by Banashe Syed, who is our special guest here today. from the video, you're going to move directly into your own movement led by Banashe. And so take a moment just right now to stretch. If you have real soft-soled shoes, and maybe you are dancing and you know what that is, you can get them, or perhaps tennis shoes are absolutely fine. Soft-soled shoes, and get some water because you will need that. The video is 7 minutes and it's just so beautiful that you will greatly enjoy. I want to share with you the description of the video. It is what you'll be seeing over the next 7 minutes is an excerpt from a piece called Union, danced and choreographed by Banashe with the music of Zarbang. Both the dance and the music are structured improvisation and were created together and performed extensively on tour. The dance traces the journey of surrendering to love, giving up control, and entering into trance to be remade by love, where new movements with a whole new kind of order, equilibrium, and a sense of control emerge that are not self-directed. Again, watch for all the elements that have been introduced throughout the morning as representations in the dance. The dancer and the dance become one channel for love in the world. Very good. And then if we could start the video. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Banashe. It was just beautiful. Everybody get ready to move. We've been sitting all morning, so we get to move. Wonderful.
Great.
Incredible dance. I just what a union with self and all that is. So beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Banafshe, and I'm happy to be with you today from Southern California. I thank Paula for inviting me to this beautiful gathering, and I in turn invite you to dance with me for about an hour. I'd like to give you a taste of Dance of Oneness, which you saw, this piece that is a Dance of Oneness that I did. This modality that I've created operates in 3 dimensions. The first dimension is dance and embodiment techniques, drawing from Persian dance, which you saw mostly in this piece, and other Middle Eastern dances from flamenco, Tai Chi, Qigong, and whirling that you also saw in this piece. The second dimension is drawing from wisdom teachings of the Divine Feminine, the Sufi, and Taoist traditions, as well as modern science. The third dimension is healing. Already embodying wisdom teachings and uncovering them in our body brings healing. But I also incorporate knowledge from my experience as an acupuncturist and the chakra system and neuroscience to this dimension. The aim of this dance is to bring the myriad of fragments within ourselves into unity, to come into harmony with the greater existence, and to embody love, which starts with creating ease in your body with what is. It is about loving yourself, loving your body, so you can live more fully and love more fully. Which means nobody here is forced to do anything. Our primary technique is kindness, kindness to yourself, kindness to others. I encourage those of you who may be in a wheelchair or have difficulty standing for long to move your upper body, tap with your feet, move the parts of your body that you're able to. So you're participating with us in however way you can. And with the wonders of gathering online on Zoom, nobody will be intimidated or embarrassed about the way they move, only me. And you can literally dance like no one is watching. So feel free. We'll begin with an invocation, then move right in with a slow start, warming our way up. I just want to make sure that everyone can hear me okay. Yes? So I ask you to stand with your feet a little bit wider than your shoulders, please. And let your knees be soft. And open your arms, please, sensing to the tips of your fingers. You're going to bring your arms in toward you and cross them on your chest, on your heart center. Taking deep breaths, inhaling from your nose and exhaling through your mouth. And please remember to breathe in this way throughout our practice, throughout our dancing. And now take a deep breath in through your nose and exhale through your mouth as you close your eyes. Sensing the ground with your feet. See if you can direct your energy down from your head into the rest of your body as you flow with your breath. And just check in with how you're feeling. We've heard some very beautiful presentations. Just sense how you're feeling. Observe. And let's together dedicate this segment to love. to the divine presence that permeates all and everything. May through our intentional dancing together, we open ourselves to become more aware and cognizant of this presence all around us, moving through us, as us. Now sensing the ground with your feet, letting these words circulate in your body. Taking another deep breath in through your nose. Exhale through your mouth as you open your eyes. And please join me by bowing forward. Now let your head, the top of your head, connect with the ground. Unfold your arms down. Let the back of your legs come alive. You're stretching the back of your legs here. And now let's take another deep breath in. With your exhalation, bend your knees, flow with your breath, and let your tailbone release down. Let your shoulders release further down and connect the top of your head with the ground even more. And bring your hands on top of your feet if you can, please, and press your hands, your feet into the ground. Opening the soles of your feet to the earth so your roots can descend into the earth with gratitude, adoration toward the earth. And now let's slowly rise with soft knees. Roll up your spine. Come up one vertebrae at a time as much as possible. Let your head be last to move up. And as you sense your rootedness, let your arms fly up. Please reach with your arms as you melt your feet. Take another deep breath in, and with your exhalation, begin to bring your hands down. Flow with your breath and become aware of the top of your head, tracing along the central channel, the chakras. Sense inside your forehead, your neck. Bring awareness to your heart center, to your solar plexus, abdomen, your lower belly, hips. Fill up the volume of your legs from the inside. Keep your knees soft and sense your ankles, your feet, your roots in the earth, your arms relaxed by your sides. Presence in your whole body as you flow with your breath. Just for a few seconds, standing like this as I play our music. Good, good, good. You're going to open your hips, open your feet. Knees wider than your shoulders. Bring your hands onto your hips and go side to side. And now go down. Let your tailbone release down and bounce. Sensing your hands on your legs, on your thighs. Bring your arms above your head. Shake your arms and hands as you're bouncing. Flow with your breath. And bring your bouncing, shaking to a stillness and trace again along the central channel where the chakras are all the way to the base of your spine. Now bring your arms up and trace again. Let your tailbone release down. Go to where your knees feel okay. Don't put pressure on your knees. Inhaling your arms up. Exhale them down. Dedicate to sensing all the way from your crown to your tailbone, to your perineum. One more, open the soles of your feet. And as you rise, root into the earth even more. Bring your hands in front of your heart center. Trace loose. And rotate your hips, interlacing your fingers together. And let's go down, letting tailbone release down as you rotate your hips. One more rotation, complete your circle, arrive into stillness. Other direction with your rotation. Flowing with your breath, now slowly rise. One more rotation. Complete your circle, arrive in the center. Bring your hands together, press your hands together. Bring your feet in and out as wide as your shoulders. Bring your hands onto your belly, your thumbs, touching your navel, soft knees, tailbone releasing down. Now rotate your hips in this position of your feet. And focus on opening the soles of your feet, sensing the roots in the earth, and draw energy of the earth through your roots in the earth. Draw it up into your legs, bringing the support, the strength, the stability of the earth up into the foundation of your body. One more rotation, complete your circle, arrive in the center. Soft knees, relaxation in your hips as much as possible. Other direction, move your rotation. Flow with your breath and circulate the energy of the earth in your hips now, as well as your legs. One more rotation, completing your circle, arrive in the center. Now bring your hands to your low back, rub your low back, activating very important acupuncture points, meridian points in your back that increase energy, vitality, well-being. Bring your hands to stillness and press into your low back as you rotate in a wider circle, creating ease in your back and circulating the energy of the earth in your back. Flow with your breath and one more wide rotation. Complete your circle, arrive in the center, tailbone releasing down. Bring your hands back onto your belly, other direction, wide rotation. Sensing into your lower belly, right where your index fingers are coming together, the center of power in your body. You're going to let your hands on to emanate from this place and return. Create a circle with your arms as you're circling with your hips. And return with your breath. Inhale to open, exhale to return. One more. Completing your circles, bring your hands back onto your belly, soft knees, relaxation in your hips, tailbone releasing down. Grow from your lower belly into greater abdomen, into your heart center. Go side to side, moving just in your heart center. And rotation in your heart center. One more. Complete your circle, arrive in the center, grow again from your lower belly into your greater abdomen, into your heart center. Go side to side. And other direction with rotation. continue sensing the ground with your feet and keeping your knees soft. One more rotation. Completing your circle, arrive in the center. Let's take some steps and bring your feet to a stillness. Let's now move from our lower belly into a greater abdomen, into our heart, into our shoulder. Rotate, creating ease in your shoulder, other arm. Take your arm forward now, creating ease. Other arm moving forward. And extend your arm. Other arm extending. And move your arm to the back. Maintain a neutral spine. Don't arch your low back. Other arm goes back. Keeping your knees soft, hips as relaxed as possible. And now bring your hands together. Step your feet in as wide as your hips. Bring your arms up. Take one heel down at a time and forward with your arms. And same thing with your heels going down and up. Now take your arms to the back. Flow with your breath. Bring your arms to a stillness above your head, directing energy down from your head into the rest of your body, sensing your roots in the earth. One hand at a time, come to your shoulders. And let's move forward with our shoulders. Now sense the fluidity along your spine. Extending arms one at a time, forward and back. Let your neck move in line with the rest of your spine. Follow your hand with your gaze side to side and look forward. Now bring your arms back. Maintain your vertical stance and take steps with the same arm, coordinating hand and foot, harmonizing the two sides, the right and the left. Look to the side you're open. Look forward. And now bring your elbows to the level of your shoulders. Open your feet as wide as shoulders. Again, soft knees. You're going to twist from the waist up. See if you can keep as steady as possible from the waist down. Looking side to side. Close and open your hands. And if it's okay for you, you're going to look behind you. Pick a point and look at it again. Two more. 1, 2. Bringing your arms in front of you. Now let's open heart center chest without movement in our waist or the lower part of our body. Keep your movement only in your heart center chest, arms, hands. With your breath, inhale, exhale. In this position of the arms, same thing. Inhale, exhale. And now let's go side to side. Look to the back. If it's okay for you, keep yourself as steady as possible from the waist down. Two more to the back and face forward. Step. Bringing your arms down, wrapping them around your waist, and bring your arms by your sides. And now let's go side to side. Let the top of your head connect with the ground. You're stretching the sides of your body. Your knees are straight but not locked. And now reach with your arm, open your palm to the ceiling. Reach with the other arm, open your palm, and go over your head. Stretch with the arm going over your head, stretch with the arm going down. And now both arms, trace a giant circle in front of you. Sense the back of your legs, buttocks. Trace up your spine with your awareness. Sense the back of your head, back of your arms. Beautiful. Two more. One, two, and bringing arm down. Simultaneously direct your energy down. You're going to bring one hand to your belly, soft knees, roots in the earth. Grow from your lower belly into your greater abdomen, into your heart. Your other hand comes onto your heart. Now rotate your head, growing from your lower belly all the way to your neck. Nice and slow. Let yourself enjoy this very simple, delicious movement. Rotating your neck head. One more rotation to this direction. And facing forward again. Revisit roots in the earth, relaxation in your hips. Grow from your lower belly into greater abdomen to your heart. Other direction. With your rotating head, neck. Flowing with your breath, sense the ground with your feet, and one more rotation. Complete your circle and look forward. Direct energy down, take steps. The reason I keep inviting you to direct energy down is that anxiousness comes from rising quickly to our head or residing only in our head. The more you have presence in the rest of your body, in your whole body, the more capacity you have for relaxation for a moment before you give yourself up to anxiety and overwhelm. Let's bring our arm up now. Keep your knees soft, tailbone release down. You're stretching the back of your arm. Keep your lower back in neutral. Don't arch your lower back. And now other arm. Flow with your breath. And can we interlace our fingers behind our head, step your feet in, and go down with one heel at a time. And bringing your arms down, softening your ankles as you rotate your wrists. Keep softening, going down, rotate wrists. Flow with your breath, other direction with your rotation of wrists. Beautiful. And now bring your hands together, palms together. You're going to rise up onto your toes if it's okay for you. Bring your arms up. Switch the hands going up in front of your forehead. Inhale up. Exhale down. One more. And take your time slowly to come down, softening your ankles again and straighten. Take some steps, roll your shoulders. Now that we've woven consciousness, awareness into our whole body, I invite you to open your arms with your whole body. Inhale and exhale, arms down. One more big, expansive opening. And now please bring your hands onto your hearts. You're going to bring your heels down, one at a time. Flow with your breath. Bringing your heels down into peace, into the yin energy in the earth. And now let's pick up the tempo of bringing heels down. Draw the energy of peace into your legs, the vibration. Feel the vibration of peace in your hips, in your waist, in your abdomen, front and back, in your heart center, front and back. Shoulders, your neck, your whole face, top of your head, and now bounce. Release the back of your head, back of your neck, shoulders, upper back, middle back, lower back, buttocks, back of your legs. Give yourself a good shaking in your whole back. And now free up the front of your body. Free yourself of some of that worry, some of that negativity, tension, and the sides. Some of that fear. Let go, let go, let go. And out. Open, open some of that bondage, chains of smallness, unworthiness. Open up. And give it all to the beloved. To be transformed into love. And bring the transformed love down into your body. Feel it in your heart center, your abdomen, your hips, your legs, your feet, and pour it into the earth and step. Stepping now with your whole body. Shaking, releasing your hands, fingers, wrists, arms. Loosen up your neck. Loosen up shoulders, your spine, hips. Let's bring up knees one at a time and press your leg down to sense engagement in your abdomen. Step softly and now faster. Flow with your breath. Good, good, good. Two more with 1, 2, and step, step, step again. Bring your hands to your hips, side to side. Pick up the tempo of twisting side to side. And slow down the twisting. Take steps in your own way now for just a little bit to shake, to release. Bring in the healing shaking to the places you need to be more open. Rolling shoulders and loosening up your neck. Good, good, good. I'm going to invite you now to take a walk. And in this walk, we want to just come in touch with the elements that can make our walk bring more awareness to our walk and more fullness to our body. So we're going to step with the heel ball toe. This is our daily walk. So first, in place, just standing, stepping. I'm going to step back so that you can see me fully. And now let's walk in a circle, however much room you have in your space. Bringing your heels down. First heel, ball, toe. As you're walking in this way, see if you can melt your feet. However you find that idea, melting feet. As you're melting feet, now come in touch with the back of your legs. Sense your buttocks, your waist. Trace up your spine with awareness, sensing your whole back. Arms relaxed by your side. Sense the back of your neck, back of your head. Letting your whole back be in your awareness. And as you're melting your feet, keep growing into the sky. It's up to you if you think you stop at your head. Keep growing as you melt your feet. And now can we change direction, go to the other direction. As you're sensing the earth and your whole back, let yourself sit back in yourself and sense now your abdomen, your heart center. Let your heart fly up toward the sky as you melt your feet and keep growing into the sky. And now within this awareness that we've established, bring your focus to what you're walking on. You're walking on our precious earth, the Great Mother. How do you walk on the earth and show that you know she's alive? Let yourself connect and communicate with the earth through your walking, kissing the earth with each step. The more we come into resonance with the earth, the more healthy, the more vibrant we feel. It's not such a miracle to walk on water, says the Buddhist teacher Thich Nhat Hanh. It's a miracle to walk on the earth with peace. Kissing the earth, pouring your love to her with each step, and coming back to facing me. Take a couple of deep breaths. Well, I feel with our theme of honoring the rising of women and honoring the fierce goddesses, Sekhmet and Kali, it's only appropriate for me to take you on a journey into the empowering dance of flamenco with some very basic steps. Most of us are lions who mistake ourselves for sheep. And flamenco is a dance of fire that awakens the solar energy of the lioness of Sekhmet in us with all her fierceness. It teaches us, it guides us to stand with confidence in who we are, warts and all. It gives us the strength to do that. It teaches us the posture of resiliency and the knowing, the certainty that nothing can overpower the human spirit. It gives us a sense of nobility and dignity. And the dignity comes from sensing the inner strength, the inner power that can stand up and face the challenges of life with grace, with dignity. And as Paula said, for us to rise, we need to come in touch with our fierceness and balance it with our compassionate side. So let's take a journey into the ferocity, and then we'll balance it with the beautiful, compassionate side. So first, very simple stepping. I'm going to ask you to bring your hands on your waist and let your knees be soft. You're going to step forward and back, forward and back. So it's as if you're seated and you step forward and back. Keep your weight on the back foot as you switch feet. Keep your weight in the back. Posture of strength. And now let's take the same kind of stepping to the side. You're going to step to the side. Keep your weight on the foot that stays in place, switching from one foot to the other. And now to the back. Again, keep your weight on the front foot and switch feet. Good. And let's observe, let's see what the arms are, just the arms now. You're going to bring the same side arm up. And then around, one hand on your waist and the other one traces around you. And for the third stepping, as we step to the back, you're just going to bring your arms into this position, one above your head, one down below. Now let's combine them, please. Ready with stepping forward, forward with the arm. And the quality, the meaning that I want you to focus on is here I am, 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 and say it out loud if you wish. Here I am, here I am, planting your foot firmly and lovingly in the earth. Here I am, 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 here, here, here I am, here I am, here I am. And to the side. Wrapping one arm on your waist and tracing around you. I choose to embrace. I choose to embrace. I choose to embrace. Choose to embrace. And to the back. I have clear boundaries. I have clear boundaries. Beautiful. And so we'll now take this stepping the forward, side, and back with 4 times each. 4 forward, 4 to the side, 4 to the back. Ready with forward, 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 forward. Side, side, forward again. So you're mirroring me. So it's your left foot, left arm that starts. Left goes to the back first. Left forward. Left side. To the back. And here I am, here I am, here I am, here I am. I choose to embrace, choose to embrace. I set here boundaries. Forward again. Here I am. Choose to embrace. I set clear boundaries. Good. Beautiful. And roll your shoulders, loosen up your arms, your neck, your spine, take steps. Now let's take the same step with a different quality of letting it be more of a flowy, sensual moving. You're going to let your weight travel to the foot that is stepping forward. The arms flow. Good. And now to the side, left foot. Let your weight go to the foot that travels to the side. To the back, ready with the left foot. Let your weight go to the back foot. Make sure you're not arching your back. Engage with your buttocks. Beautiful. So the fierce quality and the fluid, sensual, loving quality. Loving fiercely and loving in a fluid, sensual, gentle way. Having it done a little bit of each. Let's now do this piece with the quality of both the tenderness and the fierceness. I think someone in the chat said angelic assertiveness. I invite you to come into that quality as we do the same kind of stepping. And then let's see what kind of arms want to emerge as we honor Sekhmet in the voice of this powerful lioness. We dance to her voice, her singing, forward and back. Side. 4 each. And 4 to the back. 1, 2, 3, 4. Forward with the arms.
Ay, porque me esperan tu brazo. Y aunque me hagan pedazo y la lengüita de la gente. Ay, y aunque me hagan pedazo y la lengüita de la gente. Ay, cuando cruzo por el puente y diviso la bahía, y cuando yo cruzo por el puente, rosa de marinería, y borda el aire por mi frente, rosa de marinería. Y suspiro, ay, para mi amante niño, ay, yo a ti te llevo, y agüita del cariño, ay, del puente nuevo.
Olé. Good, good, good. I'm going to invite you now for this piece to move in your own way and make some of what we've been doing together yours, play with them, and let yourself express with this awesome piece of music by the Gypsy Kings. Open yourself to the joy and blend the ferocity with the tenderness.
cuando se marea dolores, cuando se quema de amores, cuando se inmala su vela, cuando se inmala dolores, cuando se inmala dolores, cuando se quema de amores, cuando se inmala su vela, cuando se inmala dolores. Baila, 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 esta rumba gitana, que yo siempre cantaré, pero no siempre cantaré, pero no siempre cantaré. Esta rumba gitana, que yo siempre cantaré.
Ole. Whew. Now let's focus all this exuberance to nourish ourselves. I'm going to ask you to bring your arms up above your head as you sense the ground with your feet. Can you please close your eyes? And take a deep breath in. With your exhalation, begin to bring your hands down. And envision a beautiful column of white light descending into the top of your head. And let this light pour down inside your forehead, blessing, healing your mind. And the light descends down into your neck, blessing and healing your expression, your neck, your throat. And let the light pour down into your heart center, healing, blessing your whole chest, heart, lungs. And let the light descend down into your abdomen, healing, blessing your organs, your sense of self. Follow the light into your hips, bringing healing, blessings into your hips, your sexual organs, your genitals, and let the light now come down into your legs, simultaneously into the earth as goes into your feet, and from your feet again into the earth. Letting your eyes remain closed and letting your whole body now be filled with light, healing, blessing, light. Sense the ground with your feet and let your mind remain still as much as possible. Flow with your breath. And now, without opening your eyes, to bring your hands onto your heart. You can cross them on your heart, or you can sense with the tips of your fingers, coming in touch with your heartbeat. This precious life force moving in you, this precious rhythm. And now let's breathe in and out of our heart space, slowing down your breath. Inhaling the precious life force. Exhaling gratitude for being alive. for being you with all the challenges and perhaps because of the challenges, all meant to open you to your greatest version. Your whole body filled with light, and you're focusing your heart in, breathing in and out of your heart space. Letting yourself feel the peacefulness and the exuberance. And coming in touch with what you are grateful for in this moment. And letting your focus stay on what you're grateful for as you breathe in and out of your heart. And letting gratitude fill your heart and let it expand your heart, just like Paula and Jeff were guiding us into a ball of light that grows. With the gratitude expands your heart energy. Let the light expand from your heart around you. And without opening your eyes, maybe your hands want to also move to show this expansion in your heart. And let's together join our hearts, all of us who are in this gathering, in this online gathering, joining our hearts to send healing to wherever it is needed in our group, the family members, daughters, sons of people in this group, to wherever it is needed. Wrapping our shared heart energy around the whole planet. Feel how expansive this is in your own body. Ah, I can feel your heart energy. Wow. Wow. We are truly unlimited. And if you've been expanding your arms, keep the expansion in your heart and bring your arms closer in. And now let this energy of love, this gratitude that you've created in your heart, let it expand into your whole arms, hands, and flow down into your abdomen and into your hips and your legs, your feet. Pour it into the earth. And from your heart, expand the gratitude up into your neck, into your whole head, your face. And when you're ready to open your eyes with gratitude, if your hands aren't on your heart, please bring them onto your heart. And please let's take some steps now. Interlacing your fingers together. Lift your arms up and bring your shoulders up to your ears. Take a breath in. And exhale them down. One more time. Interlace fingers above your head. Shoulders come up to your ears. Inhale. Exhale. And one last time. Interlace fingers come up above your head. Bring your shoulders up to your ears. Inhale. And exhale them down. Roll shoulders. Bring your head, one hand up and take your head to the side. Breathe along your next shoulder. Reach with your other arm and reach over your head. And come back to vertical. Bring your arms down. Other arm raises up. Take your head to the side. Breathe along your next shoulder and reach with your arm and over your head. And vertical, bring your arms up and down. Loosen up your wrists, loosen up your shoulders, take steps and loosen up any place that might have become a little tight after a movement. And open your arms. Big embrace around you because you have the capacity to do so, and now embrace yourself. Join me by bowing down, please. Thank you so much. Merci. With soft knees, take your time rolling up your spine as you release your back and let your arms fly up and give a nice roar like Sekhmet. Give a roar. And now bring your hands down. Let the blessings again be felt all the way down your body. Blessings from the cosmos, blessings from the Great Mother as you pour the blessings into the earth. And share into the world with people around you. The more you share, the more you feel the blessings. Paula, are we good with time? If we have a little bit more time, I would love for us to move a little tiny bit with the beautiful piece of music, yes? That the Brazilian voices of women have sung. Can we put ourselves in gallery view and dance together? Together, rise. My daughters, rise. Your daughters are rising with courage and intuition. Rise up, my daughters, rise. Move in your own way or follow what I'm doing. Your choice. Rise up, all women. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So much love to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Banashe. Before you leave, I would love for you to find the chat box and put your connection information in there for everyone.
Sure, and I would love to, if everyone would put just one word or two words of how you feel, that would be wonderful. How are you feeling? One word, two words, three words.
Absolutely. As I opened today, and I know other people have joined in, so I'll say it again. I met Banashe 2 years. Luckily, it was pre-COVID. Something I really recommend for everyone is to check out the classes that are offered, and you can sign up just for a month. And what it can lead you to is amazing beauty and opening of the heart and everything that you experience today. It's twice a week. But just from my own personal experience to say, also, you can create a rhythm for yourself and a practice that you can then move forward with. That is yours to your music, but you have the understanding and the opening, the different movements that are possible. It's been a remarkable. In fact, Lee Capps will say to me, how are you feeling? You look a little off. And I'm like, she will say, how's your dancing? So for some of us, this connection with ourself, our higher self, and into this beautiful invisible world of love comes through movement. It comes through movement. And that is my way in. That is my best way in. So thank you so much, Banashe, for joining us this year.
Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for your words. I'd love to hear from the rest of you. Yes. Keep on dancing until we dance again together.
Thank you. Now you have the experience, the opportunity to draw your dance. And I bring to you Dana Pezold, who we had introduced this morning, a wonderful, beautiful, expressive artist who's done so much for children and youth with disabilities in Miami, Florida. So Dana, if you come on, that would be great.
All righty. Hello, everybody. I'm Dana Pezold. I am so thrilled to be here, but even more thrilled to be moving. Believe it or not, I danced from the age of 3 till I was in college. And for some reason, you tell yourself, oh, I better grow up. Well, you should probably never stop moving. Take it from me. And I was moved to share these 2 quotes. It says, there are shortcuts to happiness, and dancing is one of them. So thank you, Banashe, for sharing that and bringing some happiness. And I love this one too. Dance is the hidden language of the soul. And my acupuncturist, we must all use our acupuncturist, told me, what are you not doing in your spiritual practice that your body is craving? I think I just discovered what it was today. I'm not moving enough. I'm not finding the joy I found with dance. And it's so wonderful. And I also love, I don't know who said this quote, but it says, when we dance, we are giving Mother Earth a massage. And I think she just felt really good in this past hour, because we massaged her in a gentle way and a passionate way, and we sent that energy back into ourselves. And I love it because I was inspired before we even came on, before I even poured my paints. I was like, I'm feeling fire colors, and I'm feeling some cool tones, and it's exactly what I found in the movements and the gestures with Banafshé. It was just absolutely beautiful, and we'll get to that. So in your mind's eye, remember what that does to your body, and remember where it is in your body. I also love that Banafshé comes from a Persian background, and Rumi is Persian who went to Turkey, who all of the whirling dervishes kind of emanated from in the 1200s. And I love this, and it says on the turn, it says, he began turning in harmony with an ecstatic dance of surrender, and yet with great centered discipline. He arrived where ego dissolves and resonated with the universal soul comes in, where the universal soul comes in. Dervish literally means doorway. When the gravitational pull gets even stronger, the two become one turning that is a molecule and galactic and a spiritual remembering of the presence in the center of the universe. So you can become that. And of his poems, one of the last stanzas is, dance when you're broken up. Dance if you've torn the bandage off. Dance in the middle of the fighting. Dance in your blood. Dance when you're perfectly free. So I love that, and I felt inspired to pull out my Rumi book. My background is in expressive arts, although I am a grant administrator, and as Paula said, and I work with our wonderful Department of Cultural Affairs in Miami-Dade County, primarily with our All Kids Included initiative that really brings the arts and makes them accessible to children of all backgrounds and abilities. This has been my passion to do this. I worked in children's hospitals and a hospice, really bringing the healing arts to children and their families. And so I'm going to bring a little bit to you today. Now, people get really nervous when we say art. They're like, I can't draw a straight line. I don't want to do it. So take a moment to find something to express yourself with, whether it's a pen, whether it's pencils, whether it's paint, watercolors, pastels, anything that is truly expressive. I mean, you can even pour different drinks in water, and those can be your paints, teas, and different colors like that. You can even use those. We paint to bring forth the multimodal layers of the dance, and we want to remember what we felt in our body. Was there discomfort anywhere? Was there something that you realized hasn't been moved? When we were doing our embrace, I felt the tingling of all of the energy on the tips of my hands. So one of my favorite things to do is a power pose. And usually you do those in a moment of victory, where you just stand and we're like, I did it, or I won, or this piece of nature is magnificent. That's another thing. If you are not inspired, walk out in nature. Nature repatterns you. You can sit under a tree and look up. You can walk beside the water. All of those things will bring a natural rhythm back into your body, where you do want to move more and you do want to dance more. But today I'm going to show you a couple of techniques. This is one where Banafshé dance with a scarf. Here's my low-tech slideshow here. So these, we dance with scarves, and then we painted what we were inspired. And ironically enough, I felt the flamenco dancer coming out in my painting. She was emerging. But there was a softer, more gentle side that I drew out and expanded on that. So a little bit of the colors that were in that painting were really the ones that were telling me, oh, I want to know more about that color. I want to know more about that gestural movement. And at this time that I did this, it was probably a time where I needed peace. I was getting my master's, busy, working, very involved in so much. So you have to calm the stillness and find it. And you can do it in many ways. Like Jeff taught us in the drumming, like Paula and Dr. Capps both taught to us in our presentations. The teacher comes, and the energy is all connected in a giant web. So I want to hopefully set up some music so that we can paint together and make some art. So hopefully this is not too loud, but I want you to get in touch with yourself and remember those movements we just did with Banafshé. Where is the gentle and tender part of you that felt moved? Was there a tender moment? Was there uncomfortableness? Another thing we have to do in drawing and painting is paint through the darkness. Like Paula said, there was a dark moment in her life where everything was black, but that's where the seeds were planted for so much more. And even though it feels like things are being taken away, it's just germinating something wonderful there. So think of what is being planted. And if your painting or your drawing comes out muddy, chaotic, scrambled, just remember that's your fertile soil for something to emerge and to grow. Maybe there's a message that you want to bring forth in what you draw. Maybe there is meaning that may not be important now, but you'll look back and say, that's what that was. Or that's the moment I just needed to paint through the muddiness. It wasn't mud, it was fertile soil. So get yourself still. I also challenge you to use your non-dominant hand. And what I found, that my fierceness resides in my dominant side. I do everything. I chew on this side. I draw with this hand. I throw the ball. I do everything with my right side. And Banafshé made us cross our meridians, which is what our spine wanted to do. Our spine that leads up to our brain, and it wants us to cross over. So cross over into your creative side without judgment. Make sure that you don't judge and say, that's not good enough. Just move with your instrument, move with your colors, and pick a color if you do have crayons or markers that say, or they're almost screaming, pick me, and do those, use those, and create with those, explore with those, explore the movements of the dance, explore the gestures, and see what emerges. So I'm going to get out of our head for a few minutes and just listen to some music. Paint. So if you haven't gotten your supplies, help yourself get those. can also do this sitting down with just a plain white piece of paper. I've taped this to my mirror. You can do it to your sliding door. But just, you can use a piece of paper. Paint with your non-dominant hand. See what emerges. You can also close your eyes. Remember the outstretched arm. Remember the energy that's coming through. Remember the freedom of getting outside of your head and into your body. Going. If you have trouble grasping, you can wad tape onto the tip to give you a better grasp. If you are struggling to hold a pencil or a marker. Remember, energy doesn't die. Love the song. It says, I've loved you for 1,000 years. So it's perfect. This song, you're perfect. Even your art. Keep moving your paint, your colors. Where does it seem unfinished? Where does it seem that there needs to be attention? We'll paint just a few more minutes. And hopefully next year we'll all be together to personally share an experience of painting or drawing or visioning together. Sorry for the painting noises. Don't you love that when you don't unmute? I'd like to share now a technique that those of us in expressive arts use. It's called gifting. So when you gift someone, the first thing that comes to your mind. And so if you could in the chat box, just share one word that you've experienced from the painting, just one thing that comes to mind, and share to everyone. And I'm going to show you a technique of how you layer poetry on top of that. So if you could now, just type in one word. Thank you, Tracy. Anybody else have one word that this evokes from them, just off the top of your head, without judgment, not like pretty or its lovely colors, one word that comes to mind. Thank you for those of you that have shared that. The words that came across were flow, love, emotion, peaceful, smooth, and delighted. Gentleness. And I think our gentle angel was definitely evoked. This was done last night, and I didn't even know that we were going to talk about, or that one of you would share, the delicate balance of our fierceness, of being gentle and strong at the same time, angelic and fierce at the same time. So I love this gentleness and freedom of the flying soul. Amen to that. So this technique of gifting these words, and I'll share with you from my painting long ago. These were my gifts that I've saved all these years. And their words were the dance, life, love, life force, tenderly twirling in the dance of life, and a dancer joins into a vibrant life and future. Bold dance, dancing, twirling, laughing, loving life, movement and energy. And you move these pieces of paper around, just like the words that you've put in here. And I will move those around, and I will probably put up a poem later on during our next session when I get a chance to write it out. So I put these together, and I did two versions. The dance, twirling, tenderly twirling in the dance of life, dancing, twirling, laughing, loving life, life force, bold dancer, the dancer, movement and energy, a dancer joining into vibrant light and future. And it's all from the gifts that we're given. So I invite you to share your artwork, if anybody did, by turning on your cameras. And let's see if I can put you in gallery view, so I can see if anybody wants to hold up theirs to share any doodles, any drawing, any painting that you've done that you want to share with. Wow. Tracy, that's amazing. So Tracy, I'm going to give you a word. If everybody can give Tracy a word now. Just put the one word for Tracy's painting. If you can hold it up for a second so people can put it in there. So Tracy, your words are alive, vibrant, I am here, freedom, victory, and joy. Would anybody else? Thank you. Tracy, you might want to put those into something and arrange those for your own poem. Anybody else would like to share? I would love to, if you would like to hold up yours. I don't see anybody sharing just yet, so give me a second to scroll through. Monica, did you want to share? And hold up, she's like, no. Come on, Monica. We want a poem for Monica. If you're shy, I totally understand. So I invite you to try this with your children, with your family members, where you just maybe don't watch a movie one weekend and you just have a paint night or a drawing night. And I will say that one of the best things to do is to get vibrant colors, many of them, and to let the colors choose you. I also say that the more water you add to your paints, the more free flowing, and they can go anywhere. And when you use pencils and markers, they're very precise. So that just may be where you are in the world, being very meticulous and precise. As you see, this was just nothing but a gesture. Our gesture, our flamenco gesture, our twirling of the scarves gesture, and the completeness of movement and color and feeling and the electricity that was palpable from all of you, sending it forth, participating, finding your movement, finding where you're stuck in your body. You can paint it out too. You can outline your body and you can paint what color pain feels. You can paint out what is stuck. For me, it's this shoulder. It is the shoulder and neck. I'm horrible to it. I sit all day and I don't move. So the challenge is to move and to express yourself and to layer the multiple modalities. We have covered almost all of our modalities. And funny that this song would be playing We'll Meet Again. So thank goodness we'll meet again in person. It has been a pleasure working with Paula and all of you year after year at the Family Cafe. You do such great, great work for children and families and for our military personnel as well. So thank you for painting with me today and for sharing. And I look forward to seeing your poems in the chat, and I'll put mine in there. And don't forget to please, please, please fill out the survey. This keeps coming. We keep coming back because of your great feedback from the survey. So thank you so much. Paula, would you like to take it away? I'll turn off my music. I don't know how to make it stop, but
nice.
Hold on.
Maybe this doesn't want to stop.
Hold on, Paula. This is where I gotta make it stop and it won't stop. The music keeps going and going and going.
All right, can you hear me also?
Yeah, I'm trying to stop share. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I will, you can remove my spotlight and I will, sorry.
That's okay. Beautiful. What a unique, beautiful.
Stop. Hold on. Hold on. We didn't practice turning it off.
There is a few things that,
So,
you know, we can't foresee everything, which is just fine. Thank you so much, Dana. It's just such a beautiful blending of talent. I'm taken back with Lee Capps this morning. She was interested in music and was so talented in music, and then turned it into the art form of music therapy. And you have taken the visual arts and turned it into such an expressive beauty that brings healing to so many. And I so appreciate you and and being with us today and sharing this art with us. And just encourage everyone to keep finding that expression of self through the arts. When we talked originally, early today about chronic stress, and in the animal kingdom, they have a natural reset. Attack, danger's gone, back to rest. The body rejuvenates. They live as long as they're expected to generally, right? And with the physical body and the human body, we don't have that natural reset. And if we go back 90,000 years and look at what was going on, and even further back, but as much as we have evidence of, it was the visual arts, the rock art, the drumming, the sound, the singing, the finding our voice, and I guess they knew intuitively of its healing power. Now we know it through science. Now we know it through science, which makes it possible to bring all of these art forms to you today, supported and funded by the Department of Education and many other sponsors of the Family Cafe and of the Women's Summit. It's because the science now is showing what people have known for tens and tens and tens of thousands of years. So thank you so much, Dana, for being you. Our next presenter is amazing, just amazing. I am going to pin Lisa, or maybe Dana, you can pin Lisa there. Lisa is a phenomenal Kundalini yoga instructor, and that's where I first met Lisa, up here in upstate New York. And then lo and behold, a year later, she travels down to Florida, and on the west coast of Florida, where she has installed herself doing beautiful work. As a chef, she's trained in the culinary arts, as well as in yoga, and also in nutrition, having healed her own self through all of the practices that she knows about. So Lisa, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction, Paula. It's nice to see you. And it's my honor, pleasure, and privilege to be here with you doing what I love, which is empowering people, and women in particular, to take their health back through dietary and lifestyle changes. There's always something new to learn. And welcome to my plant-based kitchen. Here we have a variety of beautiful gifts straight from Mother Earth. Everything that we consume is essentially a gift and carries with it a specific vibration. And every time we pick up our fork, we make a choice to either empower our health and improve it, or do just the opposite. And for today's demo, I will be showing you a super easy yet satisfying and tasty recipe using a superfood called kale, which is all of the buzz nowadays and is near and dear to my heart for so many different reasons. And I have this beautiful purple hue of a variety of curly kale, which is much more fibrous than the dino kale, which you can use anything that's available. And although you can enjoy it in many ways, such as adding it to your smoothies, steaming it, or even throwing it into your soups and curries, today I will show you a way to make it a bit more digestible. A lot of people have issues with the raw veggie itself. So this is why we're going to be using all natural and organic ingredients to help break down the cell walls so it becomes softer and better tasting on the palate, but also easier for the body to digest. And I have some of the kale already prepped, and I will show you how to get it off of the stem. There's a couple of different ways. You can simply just rip the leaves right off the stem, And now that I just started a garden here in Southwest Florida, I will save any scraps for compost and or to make stock. So that's the easiest way to remove the leaves from the thick stem. Alternatively, you can fold the leaves over to one side and take a knife and simply just run it alongside the stem to extract the leaves, like so. Simple enough to just rip it up, or you can chop it to your liking. And we've got a few more pieces here. And I really like the idea of zero waste, and it's been my lifelong dream to start a garden, so I can't wait to see what begins to bloom. In addition to this massage kale salad, I'm going to also be showing you how to make a green goddess dressing, which, although traditionally contains animal products, we'll be making it today completely plant-based using some substitutes such as raw soaked organic cashews and avocado to help add that natural sweetness and creaminess. It's important to eat as close to nature as possible, so I always advise people to eat whole foods as much as they can. So the 80-20 rule. We all want to enjoy ourselves sometimes, but it's important to keep an eye on how many processed foods you're consuming. So here we have our kale in the mixing bowl. I use 2 bunches. At home, you can just use 1 bunch. And although I love intuitive cooking, I will have recipes up on my website by Monday, I promise. So you can visit www.freeflowinghealth.com if you'd like to find those recipes. Here we have some Himalayan sea salt to help break down the fiber in the kale. Some cold pressed extra virgin olive oil. It's important when you're choosing your oils to make sure that they're not overly heated or processed when putting them into foods that are not going to be cooked. The flavor is far superior and it's much more healthy on so many levels. I like to purchase olive oil that's in a dark glass bottle. And then we have some apple cider vinegar, which is so good for digestion. It's great to put on your face as a toner. You can bathe with it. And I know people who even cure their dandruff by putting this into their shampoo bottles. So here I'm using probably a couple of tablespoons of olive oil, a little touch of apple cider vinegar. You can use a little bit of sweetener. The only sweeteners that I have on hand ever are maple syrup, dates, and agave, so nothing refined. And you can leave the sugar out, it's optional, just to add a little bit of sweetness. And then some fresh lemon, a little bit more acid to really brighten it up. From here, this is the fun part, you can get your kids involved. You won't even have to tell your kids that it's kale, right? We also have the star ingredient with this, which is nutritional yeast. So instead of using dairy, which a lot of people have an inflammatory response to, this is a great substitute if you haven't tried it already. Really high in B vitamins and really resembles that tangy, cheesy flavor. So here you have it. Everything is simply put into a mixing bowl. Make sure your hands are nice and clean, and you want to get down and dirty, sticking your hands in there and just literally massaging this beautiful food straight from the earth, which is so rewarding because as you do this, you can infuse it with loving thoughts, positive vibrations. It's not just about what we're preparing, but the intention that goes into it. People can definitely feel that, and I've been told that a time or two. You want to massage this thicker kale for anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes, and you'll know when it begins to soften and reduce in size. So here we go, giving it a nice little massage, sending it nice loving thoughts. And this really transforms the taste, taking away the bitterness, again, softening it and making it a little bit easier to digest. So if you've tried kale before and it did not agree with you, I recommend giving this a try. And it's really satisfying at the same time. It's in the cruciferous veggie family, so same as cauliflower, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and has lots of anti-cancer properties, although I'm not claiming anything. We'll just give it another minute. And to this salad, I will be adding superfoods, although kale in and of itself is a superfood, meaning it's very low in calories and extremely high in nutrition. The Green Goddess dressing is just a nice addition, but you can eat the salad just like this, adding anything to it from grated apples to pickled onions, whatever you have on hand. Really versatile, and there's no hard and fast rules when it comes to food preparation. So I encourage everybody to step outside the box, try at least one new veggie a week, and see how you like it. We're almost there. I can see it beginning to reduce in size and soften. So beautiful. This is what it begins to look like. From here, we'll move on to the Green Goddess salad, which is something that can be stored in the fridge up to 5 days, made ahead of time. It's chock full of nutrition, and as I mentioned, very herbaceous. I'm going to be using fresh parsley, some tarragon, chives, jalapeno pepper, avocado, and cashews to replace the traditional mayonnaise. And now when using nuts as a substitute, it's really important to soak them overnight because they have something called an enzyme inhibitor, which can cause digestive upset for many people, and it keeps predators away. So soaking them overnight, or quote unquote activating them, helps to bring the maximum amount of nutrition and make them easier to digest. So just like kale, if you've eaten raw nuts without soaking them and they've given you digestive upset, you can search online for soaking times, but it's really important to soak them and activate these different properties so that you can better absorb the nutrition and they're easier on your stomach. Today I'm going to be using organic raw cashews, and this is what they look like after a night of soaking. If you're running short on time, you can do the quick soak method, which is just putting them in boiling water for 10 to 20 minutes. If you forgot the night before and you're running short on time, that works as well. What I love about cashews is that they lend that creamy, almost sweet kind of flavor without adding any sugar. And you can use them in so many different applications, all kinds of dressings and soups and dips and vegan cheese even. So definitely give this a try. I'll begin by adding probably about 2.5 ounces of cashews to my Vitamix blender. Any blender will do because soaking them creates a softness which won't harm your equipment at home. I'm gonna go with a half of a small avocado, and you can even use either or. You do not have to use both, but I'm a fan of both cashews and avocado. So for today, I'll give it a try. If you want some heat, you can add some pepper. If you're not a fan of spice, simply omit it. I think the hotter the better. So I'm gonna put half a jalapeno with the seeds. You can always de-seed it also, just for more of the flavor and less of the heat. I have fresh cilantro, and I'll just cut some right off the thick stems. Add that straight to the blender. And again, there's no hard and fast rules. If you have basil on hand, you can use basil. If you have dill, whatever tickles your fancy, and whatever you have available. I'm really all about utilizing leftover ingredients and experimenting in the kitchen. Here's some tarragon, which has a really strong flavor. So we're just gonna add a few leaves. You can make this dressing once during the week and then use it throughout the entire week. And the same goes with any plant-based cooking. So just really planning ahead and making sure that you dedicate at least one day to shopping and prepping. To be successful, it really requires a little bit of planning ahead, making sure that you have lots of glass containers. We're gonna throw some chives in there and get crazy with some scallions. How does that sound? So I really like the white part, but you can also use the green part as well. From here, we'll add some garlic cloves. Again, if you don't like something, you can simply admit it. If there's something that I did not use in the recipe today, you can feel free to add it. So just placing the heel of the knife right onto the garlic clove, applying some pressure to remove it from its skin. Garlic is amazing because it's antibacterial and so good for immune system. And we have some lemon, so I'll put about a tablespoon of lemon juice from 1 lemon. And this is also an oil-free recipe. So if you're looking to reduce the amount of oil that you're consuming in your diet, this is a great one to go to. Instead, we'll just use some filtered water. And for some extra flavor, I have some fresh ginger, also super anti-inflammatory, great for digestion, and it tastes really, really good, so why not? I'm gonna add a little bit of the nutritional yeast. And just a touch of apple cider vinegar. You can make this dressing as thin or as thick as you like, adjust as needed. It's going to be loud for just a minute. We'll get this blending and see how it looks. And this is such an easy way to really increase the amount of veggies and the variety of veggies that you're consuming, blending them up and making some sort of dressing and or sauce. Optional to add a little bit of agave, which I think I will. You want to taste as you go. Really good just as it is, but we're going to hit it with about a half a teaspoon of agave. Yes, this dressing is so rich and satisfying. I really am liking the result. I can show you what it looks like. You can see it coats the back of the spoon nicely. It's a vibrant green color. And we're gonna add it to the kale salad, but first, hemp seeds, which are essential for anybody following this vegan lifestyle and on a plant-based diet. It's a complete protein, which means it has all 8 essential amino acids that you must acquire from eating actual food. It's also really high in omegas. So we'll sprinkle that right onto the top of our massaged kale salad, which already has lots of flavor from the ingredients we use to massage it. Then we have raw organic pumpkin seeds, super high in protein, also naturally good for fighting parasitic invasion. We'll sprinkle that right on top. And then last but not least, I have some smoked sun-dried tomatoes that are not in oil, and put that right on top. I'd love to hear from you guys what ingredients you'd like to add to your massage kale salad. And there's really no limits. It's whatever you have around, whatever's available. From there, we will coat the salad with some of this lovely green goddess dressing. And I'm wondering if anybody has any questions as I'm doing this. And this is the end result. See how quick that came together. So now I'd like to give you just 10 tips, simple tips that you can incorporate into your everyday life to help enhance your longevity, so to speak, increase your energy levels, and just make you feel good. And I'm talking about good when it comes to mind, body, and spirit, not just physically good. So number one is when you wake up in the morning on an empty stomach after brushing your teeth, is to consume at least 8 ounces of room temperature water with a little bit of lemon. You can squeeze the lemon directly into your water or just slice it up and let it infuse. Not only is it great to jumpstart and kick off your digestion, it also tastes good, so you'll probably end up drinking more water. You can also infuse it with slices of fresh turmeric, ginger, mint, or any kind of herb that you like. And that brings me to my next tip, which is to make sure that you're drinking at least 75 ounces of water, if not 100, as a woman every single day to help you stay hydrated, which can help reduce the amount of fat that you're carrying around if you're looking to lose weight, especially if about to sit down and eat a meal. It's a great idea to drink at least 8 ounces of filtered water, not during your meal, but prior to your meal, because it helps you get fuller faster. And staying hydrated is so important for physical performance, mental clarity, and energy levels. So that's an easy tip that many of us sometimes fail to achieve just because we're busy, we forget. And that's why I like the idea of really infusing the water with different herbs and citrus to make it more enjoyable. Number 3 is to exercise at least 30 minutes a day, minimum 3 times a week. I know we all know the importance of exercise to keep our physical bodies healthy, but the research really points to it also enhancing our moods, uplifting our spirit, and helping to regulate our metabolism and those sorts of things. So if you're not already getting moving and grooving, whether it be through dance or Pilates, or even getting outside to get some fresh air, to take a walk, I urge you to commit to at least 3 times a week for just 30 minutes. Schedule it into your calendar and just view it as self-care, because it's extremely, extremely important to get our bodies moving, move a muscle, change a thought. Number 4 is to spend more time outside and connected to nature. It's incredible how we can clear our minds and just really expand ourselves spiritually by getting out of our everyday normal routine and into nature. So even if it's just 10 minutes and the only green that you have around is at your local dog park, then get a dog and get out into nature. It's so important for us to be able to cut off all distractions and get back to ourselves and Mother Earth. Number 4, or maybe number 5, is to cut off the blue light. So try to cut off distractions, including cell phone, television, and laptops at least 2 hours before bed to ensure that you're getting restful, deep sleep and producing enough melatonin to ensure that you get a restful sleep each and every night, because many illnesses and diseases can happen when we're not resting our bodies and giving ourselves a chance to rejuvenate and repair. So number 5 is eat your last meal at least 2 to 3 hours before bed. So you can connect this with disconnecting from your blue light and make that routine. It's really important for your body to be able to fully and optimally function when it comes to digestion by not overloading your system and making sure to cut off your meals at least 2 to 3 hours before bed. And I'm sure you'll sleep more restfully and more deeply. Next, we have plan meals ahead of time, which I mentioned. It's really important just to put things on your calendar so that you can find adequate time to go shopping, prepping, and to prepare your meals ahead of time so you don't find yourself stuck on the road grabbing processed foods or fast food. So really dedicate 1 to 2 days a week to ensure that you can buy fresh produce and actually take the time, build it into your schedule. It requires a little bit of planning, but it will pay dividends in the end. Next, shopping lists are really important so that you can stay laser focused and shopping around the perimeter to avoid any kind of refined processed foods. Make sure that you go shopping on a full stomach. It's proven that if you're hungry, you're more likely to spend more money on things that you don't necessarily need, and get accustomed to reading nutrition labels. And if you can't pronounce it, don't buy it. So that goes hand in hand with planning and going shopping on a full stomach. Next is, of course, eat more whole foods the way nature intended. So as minimally processed as possible. As I mentioned earlier, make it a fun activity to incorporate at least one new plant-based ingredient or vegetable into your diet per week and see what kind of amazing creations you can come up with. Last but not least, my advice for a healthier lifestyle is to live in a state of gratitude. I know I personally listen to 1 hour of gratitude affirmations every single morning to help set the tone for the day. So if you're ever feeling frustrated or your mind begins to go down that negative spiral, it's important to bring yourself not only back to the breath, but to think about all of the blessings that surround you, all of the blessings from Mother Earth, and remembering that life is such a beautiful gift. So living in a state of gratitude is probably my most sound advice for living a happier, more harmonious and healthier existence. And there we go. It's 3 o'clock. So if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. And you can find me at www.freeflowinghealth.com.
Lisa, that was amazing. I'm going to leave you pinned here because, all right. So there's a group of us, at least 5, that would like to form a group class. Because we need, I lived this way like 10 years ago. I got it all into this. My cholesterol dropped 70 points in 1 year. It was amazing. I lost all this weight. And I've kind of, with all my moves, everything else, I kind of creeped back up. So that's my story. But there's many other stories in this chat thread. Is that something that you do a group, an instruction of group classes?
Oh, absolutely. We can even start a Facebook group and connect in that way. Or if whoever is out there listening is interested in more individualized attention and would like to get together as a group, we can surely work out the details, and feel free to contact me.
Lisa, I have a question. You said you healed yourself.
Yes.
Can you share about that a little bit? Some of us need some healing and we need to get to work on ourselves.
Okay, great. I know I feel like I've been talking so rapidly just to fit it all into this 30-minute time frame. But yeah, so my journey toward health and wellness started almost 2 decades ago. When I was a teenager, I was raised on a standard American diet, eating mostly fast food, not sleeping at all, working a full-time job as an EMT while in college full-time, stressing my body without giving it any chance to repair, and also dealing with a back injury from really heavy weightlifting. So eventually I ended up in the ER with bleeding.
Whoop, no, we lost you.
after invasive testing put massive amounts of hormone therapy, birth control, and all of these things without ever educating me about how diet, lifestyle, and stress could be a factor in addition to mindset, because I had a very negative thought pattern during that time. So something that was my spiritual awakening, something was inspired within me to begin to do my own research and exploration. I got a hold of some holistic books written by various doctors and began to experiment with different food choices, crowding in new foods, crowding out old foods, cleansing my body, experimenting, researching, eventually going on to do some schooling. And it's been a progressive evolutionary journey ever since. But I did heal myself through first changing my diet, then making these huge lifestyle shifts, and then working on my mindset. So back issue, hormonal issue, which also meant a face full of acne, extreme fatigue, and really bad depression and anxiety, which was debilitating. So I was suffering from many different things, which were all interconnected and woven in based on my choices. So yeah, it's been a long journey, and I have since moved past all of those ailments. And it was through a plant-based diet, lifestyle changes, and work on my mindset, to answer your question.
Amazing, beautiful. I shared in the chat box, I'll tell everyone also, we will be sending out the YouTube link so you can rewatch any part of today, and including, writing down the recipes for Lisa. But Lisa's recipes are also going to be on her website, and it is in the chat box. Maybe if you say it verbally, Lisa, your website, realizing not everybody may be accessing the chat box. Thank you.
Sure, it's www.freeflowinghealth.com.
Perfect, wonderful. Thank you, Lisa. Can
Thank
we
you so much.
feel like we all need a plate and do a sampling of the salad?
Maybe next year when we're all in person together sharing space, that would be absolutely amazing.
Good, all right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amazing, amazing woman. I was so sad she left. I'm moving to Florida. No.
Which means you'll have to come visit me.
I know I will. I'm heading that way this summer a little bit. So absolutely. So how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? It's 3:06. So this has been wonderful. I'm feeling so full. I don't know if I hope everybody's feeling so full and soulful. So we are going to, I'm coming together with Jeff Dean now and offering a guided meditation, a journey, and some drum mantra, a shamanic journey. And then we're going to end today at 4, coming to a close today at 4, really reflecting deeply on going forward. As women, we take action. And what action is it that you want to take? So in our journey today, and let me go ahead and pin, I think this will work. Let me see. We want to co-pin Jeff Dean. There we go. Oh, okay, good. Thank you. So we'll have both Jeff and I. Let me see. Whoops, we lost it.
I still have it, Paula.
The moving screens. Okay, there we go. Thank you. So Jeff, we began this morning together and we're ending the day together. It's always a pleasure being with you. There's
Indeed, what a powerful day it's been.
Yeah, right? Yeah, it's been full. It's been wonderful.
Yeah.
So I know you to lead us in some anti-anxiety breath.
Yeah, just briefly. I know we did some breathing this morning. All of you did some breathing with Lee Capps, amazing presentation. And there's so many different ways to breathe. And I just wanted to share with you a really quick technique that you can use anytime to kind of reset yourself. So first, can we just shake out a little bit? Shake your shoulders and your neck and your arms, and maybe get up and shake a little bit. And reset. And so this anti-anxiety breath is really easy to reset the brain and the nervous system. It's just breathing in for 4 counts, and then holding the breath for 4 counts, and then breathing out for 4 counts, and letting yourself be empty for 4 counts. So there's 4 sections, and I'll give you the cue. Okay? Actually, we'll try to do it for 8. Well, no, let's start with 4 first, and we'll see if we can stretch it to 8. So a nice slow 4. So breathing in, 1, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you're just holding here. And breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4, and hold it, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4, and hold it, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4, and hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4, and hold it, 2, 3, 4. Let it out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, and just relax, breathing at your own pace, letting the breath breathe you. No effort required, no thought required. All right. So hi again, Jahidi, Jeff Dean. I've been coming to the conference for many years as Jeff Dean, and I've been using a new spiritual artistic name, Jahidi, lately. So I'm referred to as both. And so happy to be here again with Paula and the whole team, amazing facilitators, and with all of you, bringing your light and your love and all that devotion and care and compassion you put into taking care of your family. I just want to honor that. As a parent of a child with Down syndrome, I can relate, and it's a special calling that we've been called to step up to. And I'm sure we've all realized in so many ways how our kids, all of our kids, are teachers for us. That the child is the true guru. So we're sometimes looking for the answer to life, the universe, and everything, and in spirituality and in theory. And it's really like our kids are just teaching us so much about love and kindness and compassion. And I feel like the biggest lesson for me has been, how do we be loving and compassionate with ourselves while we're being loving and compassionate for our kids and for everybody else and for the family. You know, there's a great tendency to sacrifice ourselves in that caregiving role. And while sometimes that may seem necessary, we can cultivate the practice of preserving ourselves and nurturing ourselves and caring for ourselves as we care for others. So I'm so happy that Paula has continued to put this summit together. And one of the things I like to do to reset our nervous system is something I call drum mantra. I want to share a drum mantra with you now. And mantras, like we heard before from Lee, typically can be in another ancient language. It could be in Sanskrit or something, but they can also be in English. You can have your own mantra. You can create your own mantra. It's an affirmation. I like to pair it to a beat and actually drum on my body. And drumming on the body, of course, has therapeutic benefits. If we're tapping, we're hitting all these acupressure points and we're stimulating. You know, there's in Qigong ways that we can tap all the meridians. So if you could tap on your arms right now and wake yourself up and then flip over and tap all the way up, you know, all of our energy meridians are running through all the 5 fingers. So every time we're touching every finger and we're going up and down the arm, tapping or massaging, we're waking ourselves up. So we can tap everywhere. The chest is great. The belly is great. We can tap on our legs. We can tap on our heads and stimulate a bit. As long as we have, you know, good tough heads, we can stimulate this hard-headed cranium. There are acupressure sessions and acupuncture sessions where their needles actually go slightly into the skin, under the skin and the head. There's so many crucial points in the head that we can massage. So I like to say these affirmations or mantras with a rhythm, because when the rhythm is going, our brain is being entrained to a different brainwave state, a more relaxed brainwave state. And when something is rhythmic, you tend to remember it more. So your subconscious is listening. If I say something like, I am safe and supported, we might not believe we're safe and supported in the moment, or our conscious mind doesn't believe it, but our subconscious is going to start believing that if we say it enough times to ourselves. I'm safe and supported, I'm safe and supported. And when we pair that to a rhythm, it tends to sink into the subconscious more. So with all the stressors that have been going on in the last year, I feel like some of these affirmations could be good practice for us. So if we could do it together, that would be wonderful. You can also feel free to stand up and do it and march around, because if you can do it to the beat, and I might have to adjust this a bit. If we can do it to the beat, then we're really drumming it in. So I am safe and supported. I am safe and supported. I am safe and supported. I am safe. You can remain standing. I'm going to sit to play some other instruments. I am safe and supported. 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 Keep saying it. And you know, we've all had many moments where we don't feel safe and we feel overwhelmed and we feel like we can't handle what's coming at us. And this is a great mantra to remember in those moments when we feel like we're about to lose it. Just, I am safe and supported. 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 Also make sure you tap on your belly, because this is where we hold a lot of the stress, the emotions, you know, when you get that knot in your stomach. So tapping on the belly, tapping on the chest, these are really key points, but you can tap anywhere you feel it. I am safe and supported. I am safe and supported. I am safe you through a few more drum mantras. See if these resonate with you. Try them out. Try saying them loudly to yourself. You're convincing your subconscious mind here. You can also do this in the mirror, looking directly into the mirror, into your own eyes. You can also do this with another person, looking into their eyes. So this one is, I love and accept myself. 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 Okay, I'm gonna switch to gallery view and see if any of you are doing it with me, or am I all alone in this? I see some folks doing some drum mantra. All right. Good. So we can also work on our body. If we're having a health condition or we just want to feel more healthy and vibrant, a lot of that is our mindset, right? Like Lisa was saying, it's what we put into our body, it's the fuel, and it's also the mindset. So if we can convince our minds that we are getting healthier instead of focusing on any illness, then we get to turn it around. So here's another one. My body is healthy and strong. 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 Good. Excellent. So another thing you can do is focus on self-love. Like, how much are we really cultivating that feeling of loving ourselves? You know, it's easy for us to say, I love someone else. Sometimes it's harder for us to really go to the depths of self-love. You know, if we look deep inside, sometimes there's parts of us that we're rejecting, that we're not really approving of. So these mantras are kind of to help with that, with coming into a deeper sense of self-love. I love myself completely. 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 And of course, sometimes at different points in our life, we might have body image issues or not accepting ourselves fully. So this is tapping into our inner beauty, because ultimately we all are beautiful inside, and as soon as we tap into that, it starts to transform how we see ourselves in the external, how other people see us. So I am beautiful, I am loved, 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 I am beautiful, I am loved. Good. If you have somebody to do it with, or you want to do it in the mirror, you can change that to you are beautiful, you are loved. It's a lot of fun to do in groups. If you can do this with your child, if you can do this with your partner, your spouse, with friends, or even in a big group. We've done this, I believe, at Family Cafe years ago in a group, and looking into each other's eyes and saying, you are beautiful, you are loved, 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 you are loved. You are beautiful. You are loved. Beautiful. You are loved. You are beautiful. You are loved. Good. And with the theme of today, I am rising. You are rising. We are rising. You can look somebody in the eye. You can look at yourself in the mirror and say, I am rising. You are rising. We are rising. I am rising. You are rising. We are rising. I am rising. You are rising. We are rising. I am rising. You are rising. We are rising. I am rising. You are rising. We are rising. I am rising. You are rising. We are rising. I am rising. We are rising. You are rising. I mixed that up. I am rising. You are rising. We are rising. I am rising. You are rising. We are rising. Okay. Take a nice deep breath. All right, so that's a little drum mantra, an easy way to change your mental state when you're not feeling so hot, or if you just want to do it even preventatively. I suggest a practice of doing it daily, because what's happening is our subconscious is we're talking to ourselves whether we know it or not. There are parts of our subconscious mind having inner dialogue, and sometimes we're not aware of it. So we could be telling ourselves things that are not so healthy most of the time, and not even realizing that we might be saying to ourselves, oh, you're ugly, or you're not worthy, or you're ill. And so these are like medicine for the mind, these mantras, where when you commit to a practice of doing it even preventatively, all the times when you are saying this to yourself is a time where you're unplugging all those unconscious programs and reprogramming yourself with love. So I hope you enjoy drum mantra, and we're going to do something a little different now, shift gears a little bit, and Paula's going to lead us on a journey. I'm going to join as well in that.
Beautiful. Perfect. Perfect prelude, no? Once our mind and body feels united, is united and relaxed, we open up into other dimensions. We open up and can connect up into our higher wisdom. I like to say it that way, where those aha moments that I'm sure everybody has had. Things come to us, we don't know from where, we don't go seeking them, they just arrive. And that's the definition of a shamanic journey, is that when the intention is set and the journey begins, we surrender, as in Banachet's dance of love, we surrender into this higher self to direct the show. So we're going to do that for the next 15, 20 minutes maybe. And time will fly by. So I invite you to get in a very relaxed state. If you can take your headset and lie down, semi-reclined, you cannot go to sleep. That is fine too. If we were at 7 p.m. in the ballroom, everybody would have their cushions and blankets and low lights, and off we would all go. So we look forward to that to next year. But we know you can do it. We can do it anywhere, and you can too. So we take a deep breath. In our journey, to give you the map, we're going to go into a meadow, and then we're going to go through this meadow to a gate, and the gate is into our secret garden. Our secret garden is this inner sanctuary, and it's only our own. It's uniquely ours. And there we're going to be able to create beauty in nature and unite with that beauty in nature, however it comes to you. And it's all guided. So you don't have to think, oh, what did she say? Where are we going to go? I'm going to guide you. Then we'll return and we're going to come to this base of the tree of a tree, and Jeff's going to take you into your future self, which is going to be an amazing journey into another part of self. And there you will meet and greet and receive messages. Perhaps everybody's journey is unique. All right, so we are ready. Become comfortable. Take a deep breath. Breathing in and out. And just listen to my voice. And it will connect with yours. We send out the intention that this journey together will be very healing, insightful. You find yourself in a meadow, and you look down at your feet and you realize you're barefoot and can feel the coolness of the earth beneath your feet. You're walking along the dirt path. And that coolness becomes such a comforting experience as each foot is placed in front of the other. You can feel the heat of the sun, the warmth of the sun on your skin. Breathing in the air, you may detect a smell, a fragrance that maybe feel familiar, comforting. Maybe it's gardenias, lavender, or a favorite flower from childhood memory. And you look around and you can notice everything in sight of the different shades of the color green, perhaps. The tallness or the shortness of the meadow grasses. Perhaps there's flowers. Maybe they're in a certain area or sporadically spread throughout the meadow. You hear the gurgling sound of water, and you walk towards it. It feels up ahead, and there it is. You come to a stream, and there's a little bridge over the stream, but you want to go in. You feel called to go into the stream, and the bank is not very, very steep, and you walk down and you find yourself in the stream there with the coolness of the waters rippling as high as your ankles. And there you continue to let go, surrendering all that is, letting it fall away into the waters, being carried off. You find then maybe a slight smile comes to your face as the glistening warmth of the sun is on your skin, and you feel like such a sense of freedom. There's no worries left behind, and you step up, and you climb up the other side of the bank, and you continue down your path. You see up ahead that there's a Y in the meadow, and you walk towards that, and there's a huge grove of trees off to your right, but you've drawn to this Y in the road and drawn to take a left. And at that Y, you take a left and you continue down this path. Maybe there's small insects or animals, a gopher, a chipmunk, a woodchuck waddling its way through the meadow. You just begin to unite, to bring in more and more this connection with nature, this creative force of nature. And you see further up ahead, there's a gate. And you know that's a secret gate. Only you have the key. And it's into your secret garden, and you're drawn to the gate. You can imagine having the key, maybe the key's in your mind, and as you arrive, there's a connection and the gate opens for you. And you enter your garden into this creative force field. The gate closes and you begin to step forward and see the sacred garden is yours to create. We can do it with our mind. We say, you know, I love sunflowers, and I would love to have a whole mountainside of sunflowers, and they will appear in this place. Or you're just breathing and feeling the earth beneath your feet and this connection. And a mountain may appear to you. A beautiful patch of tulips. It is here that we will spend a few minutes. Breathing, creating, discovering the beauty that wants to be expressed. The colors that want to be shown. It's all within you, waiting to unfold itself. Nature has deserts and mountains and streams, ponds, waterfalls. It's a place of delight, pure safety, because it's all you. You and you. Protected. Nothing unwanted appears to you here, but perhaps there's people or things, parts of nature that want to come into this place. Could be even a guide that you have, a spiritual guide that appears to you, and perhaps in a form of color or energy or an animal. We don't know. Here you're drawn to a pond. A pond is appearing, and it's a crystal clear pond. And you walk towards it and you kneel down. And like the story of the Lion King, you know, show me who I am. As you look into this water, the sacred water, that's like a mirror to you. Who am I?
May my beauty come alive. Show it to me. There are 7 grandmothers who appear calling deeper and deeper into self, into the creating this sacred safe space here and now, a place you can always return to. They're helping you rise. You lean back up and find yourself standing back up, and you turn around and you look around and begin to see things perhaps a bit different. Maybe new things have grown there while you have reflected in the pond. And just breathe. There's no right or wrong here. There's no right or wrong. Here, there's never any mistakes, as there's no mistakes in life. Neither here. You feel held sweetly in a new way. Breathing in and out, like the segment breath. A breath of transformation. You tend to anything left to do, to experience, to create. Maybe you build a bridge here, a bridge that is going to continue to deepen and strengthen on your journey. What does a bridge look like? What kind of wood is it? Is it wood? Who's helping to build it? Maybe you have helpers there. Imagine you do. Imagine you have all of these helpers that descend and magically build this bridge because you want it, because it comes from your heart. Maybe a luminous energy being, a light force, a higher power comes and in form of a statue or an image that will remain here in your garden as a protector. Who may it be? Just know, even if you don't see it, it's there, being created. It's always been there. It's like discovering what's always been. You just feel it's time to continue your journey, leaving the sacred garden, and you walk towards the gate. And that key that's inside of you opens into the meadow, the gate opening, and it closes behind you, and you begin to retrace your steps back to the why and the path, feeling perhaps lighter, more luminous, they say. And there, instead of returning, you're drawn into the forest. And there's one particular gigantic tree, ancient tree,
that draws you forward. And you walk towards it, and your hand, just the tips of your fingertips go around and touch it. And you find an opening at the base of that tree. And you come into that, and you sit. You can sit comfortably. You just feel that fragrance and that vitality of nature, of trees, the forest. Let go as you begin to travel up.
With every breath, traveling further up the tree, as if you're made of pure light. And the tree is made of pure light. And the light of you and the light of the tree kind of merge, and you're able to travel up the branches. Noticing the branches getting skinnier and skinnier, and the beautiful leaves filled with light and energy. Every leaf like an antenna, bringing down information and love and light from the sky, from the sun, from the moon, from Great Spirit, from the angels, the spirit guides, the ancestors, the animal kingdom, the bird kingdom. So imagine that you're able to travel up the tree and continue going up, out into the sky, out into space. And as you are traveling upward, you see different versions of yourself as time accelerates into the future. So yourself in 3 years, you encounter this version of you. 3 years into the future, notice what this version of you looks like. Notice the expression on this person's face, 3-year future self. And notice if there's any message that this future self of 3 years into the future has for you. And bowing to this version of you, or even giving her or him a hug. And you continue to travel upward. You encounter a 5-year future self, 5 years into the future. Notice what this version of you looks like. What's the appearance? What's the hairdo? The clothing? The expression on this person's face? And what message does this 5-year future self have for you? This version of you has so much wisdom, so much love, highest and best version of your future in 5 years. A healthier version, a wiser version, a more compassionate and powerful version, a more joyful version of yourself. What is the message for you from 5 years in the future? And bowing to this version of you, or giving her a hug, and traveling just a little bit further out into space. A few meteors pass by, you're safe and protected, and you encounter 10 years in the future, your future self. Notice the appearance, notice the expression on this person's face, and listen for the message, the wisdom that comes from your future self. This version of you knows. This version of you knows what you need to do to accomplish your soul's path. What you need to do for better health, better state of joy. Listen for these messages. To this 10-year version of you, a hug of gratitude. You say, see you in 10 years. And you start to head back down the tree, or rather down towards Earth from space, safely and speedily. Drifting back down, knowing that you're safe and carried in the whole process. Connecting with the tree, you were always connected with that tree. Coming down into its embrace of its leaves and branches. She catches you, and you're able to travel down the trunk of the tree, back down to Earth, touching the ground in that little entrance from which you entered the tree. Giving thanks to the tree and Mother Earth, Father Sky, for holding you. Paula, we need to unmute you.
from the base of the tree. You're back into your body as you step out onto the meadow, feeling the coolness of the earth again on your feet. You come to the stream and you either walk through it or perhaps you take the bridge, retracing your steps exactly from where you came, back into your body. We started with tapping and now just tap back in the body, maybe even your feet. Knowing that there's the tree roots always descend from your feet, and the branches of the tree are always a part of you. As we danced and experienced that today, the Banashe, that remains. That's who you are. We reach the sky, this expanded self, but always rooted into the earth. Any sharing in the chat. But as we're rooted back in our bodies into this, we say the middle world, this dimension, this place, it's a little bit hard sometimes, right? But we have this sense of where we want to go, the future self. And to get there, it's a biblical truth, right? It's always a biblical truth. It's like you have to take action, right? You can dream it, you can pray it, you can believe it. And all of that gives us the power and the courage, because taking action is courageous. It's not easy, right, Jeff, to take action. We are stepping out onto a hope plane, right? Like, I hope for a better life. Do I have the courage to hope that I could really make changes in my life? Can I really hope that that's true, that that vision of who I am is true? So it's hope. Hope is what brings us forward, along with courage. And when we mix those two together like an alchemical mix, it turns into action. Yeah. So we invite you, and it may, I don't want to disrupt the dance, image you've created, but it may be the place or another piece of paper, either in words, in a drawing, in images, up in the right hand part of it, if that space is available, or just over on top of anything. That's your North Star. That's where you went. That's who you are becoming. And what did you see? What did you experience there? Capture it now, because we're in a dream world when we travel. And so, like, when you come out of a dream and you go, oh, I didn't write it down. Write it down. Write it down. And it doesn't have to make sense right now. For sure not don't make any sense out of it. It may not. It's a good sign if it makes no sense. It means your mind didn't make it up. Yeah. And where we want to be, where our mind tells us we should be, may not be where our soul, our psyche, our full self wants us to go. And sometimes it's very courageous. We find the courage to awaken. I'm doing a podcast. I've been interviewing people. And if anybody here would like to be part of the podcast, and it is called Your Courage to Awaken. And it is about people who have awakened from really, really tough times. Everybody qualifies who's on the video, who's with us today. Everyone qualifies, right? We go through the muck and the lotus flower coming out from the mud as we evolve. Yeah. so we can capture those stories of hope and give others courage. So in that upper right, write it down, grab it. What didn't come, just go ahead and put it down. It's coming through you right now. Right now, be in this moment. Declaring who you are. And so we have the vision. And it is the vision that pulls us forward. You can always go back into your secret garden. I have on my website, I've redone it several times. Email me if it's not there. But I have a secret garden audio that I'm very happy to send to anybody who asks for it. Yeah, so you can go back, and Dr. Hank Wesselman, who gave me a beautiful endorsement for my book, I attended his 6 days, and it's beautiful surrounding. And every day we went into our secret garden, and it got brighter and brighter, and all of that. His story is that as he himself went into this sacred place, all parts of him began to heal, because that tulip garden represents something in our physical self, into this physical world. So we change it in that place. In this, everything begins in spirit, then it manifests in the physical. So we go into the invisible to create, because we know that that is truth, and then it manifests. We hold on to that. You want to hold on to your vision. Don't let it fade. Don't forget about it. Don't give up hope, because that it can manifest. This is the potential. This is what your soul wants for you. Any wisdom you'd like to add to that, Jeff, as we begin our closing today?
I think you said it perfectly, Paula. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it's that future self and what we'd like to create in our dream life, and then having the faith and the trust that whatever we want to create is actually possible. And for most of us, we don't start off with that kind of faith or trust until we see evidence of it, until we see that the things that are near and dear to us in our heart, the things we're passionate about, actually do often come to fruition when we allow them to come to fruition. And so learning to trust that we can achieve this future self. We can be healthier, more abundant, more joyful, living life on purpose, and not just be in the cycle of struggle that many of us have been in for a long time. But we can visualize our way out of that, feel our way out of that, love ourselves through that, regardless of what stage of the process we're in, and take action towards that future, better, more improved self. So like Paula said, not enough to just have the vision, but what can we do in this week to take action towards that vision? What can we do, action steps in the next month to take action towards that future vision? So I wish you all the best in creating your ideal life.
Thank you. Beautiful. So write down a couple action steps I'm going to pull up powerful steps, as many as that come to you. Don't want to limit that as we're in this creative space. I'm going to pull up a slide just with some, after all of this beautiful work, it will feel a little bit like mundane detail. Thank you so much, Jeff. And as we begin to close, right? As we begin to close, you have been we want to provide you with resources, and we have been all day. And whatever moves through you, right? So maybe you want to dance your way into your vision, or maybe healthier eating your way, meditate and chant your way. And Dr. Capps and I are offering this as a taking this first next step, if that's of interest to you, of learning more and practicing, right? So practicing, we don't lose it. We just gain a little bit more rhythm as we gain it and put it rhythm into our lives using whatever it is from today. See, it takes really 60 some days to create a change in the brain chemistry and the synapses such that, oh, this is my life. This is how I do things. And then maintenance, right? Because all this, the support to maintain it is equally important. So it may be that, or maybe you want some guidance from Dana in the expressive arts of it. Banafshe's just look at her website, and 1 month could get you so far ahead in one time. For those of you feeling that it's dance and movement, maybe you want to dive in and do it all, however it speaks to you. What we do is what we want to do is encourage you to take action. And I know Jeff Heidi as well does beautiful drum work, and we all do individual sessions with people. So there's many resources here, and of course way beyond. You can email me also and just say, Paula, what apps were mentioned, what this or that. We're going to provide, of course, the YouTube link will clean it up a little bit, right? So give us a little time, and then it's going to go onto the Family Cafe site or the Zoom. We'll catch one or the other, so it's permanent. You can share it with others who were not here today. As we learned from Lynn McTaggart today, that altruism is the way to heal. Those of you who've been involved, are involved in the parent-to-parent aspect of disability, you know that to be true. It is how we healed and came back with force into our lives. Think about that as it relates to your son or daughter as well. What could be in place where that meaning and purpose, if it's not already there, comes into a full form. So I would like all of our presenters today to come back on video and unmute. We're going to hear from the Brazilian voices. Just thank everybody. Lee Capps, thank you so much. Banafshe, Dana, to Heidi, thank you. Lisa Brown, so much interest in all of her healing wellness tips, and knowing how she did it herself is always so empowering. So we invite, unless there's last comment, last question. Anything else? Anything from the presenters today? It's been a full day.
Beautiful day. Beautiful day, Paula.
Mm-hmm.
And I typed the poem for Tracy, and I'm typing my poem from the gifts that people gave. I hope that you continue to give yourself these gifts in feeding your soul.
And Banafshe left, oh my gosh, all the dance, cut and paste some of that. Somebody, I want all the dance list, right? Oh yes, beautiful music.
You can save the chat.
Yes, yes, we'll save the chat. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And from Dana, here I flow on the river and currents of love, working with and through my emotions to find peaceful and smooth travels to my soul. I'm delighted in the gentleness and the freedom of my flying soul. Ah. in case you're not being able to read the chat. Yeah, there we go. It's beautiful. Needed to be read out loud. Anyone else? So we invite Brazilian voices, beautiful composition. The words came to me about 5 months ago in the shower, well, in dream time, because I begin thinking about you all come January. So come February came a trickling of Rise, My Daughters, Rise. And then in the shower it comes a trickle more because spirit can it's conduit, right? Water. And then I shared with Brazilian Voices and Beatrice Malnek, added her years and decades of musical experience and open heart, and created the song. So we will end on with that.
What a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Paula. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rise up, my daughters, rise. Your daughters are rising and rising and rising. Rise up, my daughters, rise. Your daughters are rising and rising and rising. Rise up, my daughters, rise. Your daughters are rising and rising and rising. Rise up, my daughters, rise. Your daughters are rising with courage and intuition. Rise up, my daughters, rise. Rise up, my daughters, rise. All women are rising and rising and rising. Rise up, all women, rise. All women are rising and rising and rising. Rise up, all women, rise. All women are rising and rising and rising. Rise up, all women, rise. All daughters are rising with courage and strength. Rise up, my daughters, rise. Rise up, my daughters, rise. We're rising and rising and rising. Rise up, humanity, rise. We're rising and rising and rising. Rise up, humanity, rise. We're rising and rising and rising. Rise up, humanity, rise. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, beautiful.
Thank you again for the inspiration, Paula.
And all the caregivers, thank you so very
Yes.
much, all of you. Such an inspiration. Thank you.
Beautiful being
presenters.
here.
Wonderful to be here with all of you.
Yeah.
Molly and Marco as well.
Thank you so much. Amazing, amazing, talented women who every year we're together
true.
for the Women's Summit. And I look forward to seeing, we all do, for seeing all of you in person next year.
Absolutely.
Yes,
We'll be
yes.
there.
Beautiful health, bringing in the wisdom. May your path be smooth, of delight, of delight.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Paula.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Whatever you need, stay in touch. Thank you all
Thank you.
for being here and being part of the presentation today, and everyone who's participated. Many blessings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.